Can we hear us now?
Okay. Yeah.
There we go. Had a feeling that was it.
Alrighty. So I guess we redo that.
Let's do that intro all over again.
Yeah.
Welcome everyone. My name is Samsoni1. We're here with my co-caster.
I'm Curtis, also known as Cast9 on Twitch and Twitter.
And today we are here to bring you the Degrees of Madness MTG Arena Tournament sponsored by the LFM Network. We're very grateful for them to do this, and we got ourselves a killer set of players today and a very awesome round one future match. I believe our future match today we have is going to be Brad Nelson versus Ash Lizzle, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, we're going with Ash Lizzle and Brad Nelson, our first round feature match. It's going to be a good one. Of course, Brad Nelson needing very little introduction. Hold on here.
Oh, all good.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Brad Nelson is of course, a MPL member, one of the best standard players in the world. You know, no big deal. And then, of course, well-known streamer Ash Lizzle is I think we could go as far as to call her an aggro specialist. Brings an interesting skill set to this tournament, and you know, two heavy hitters coming out of the gates is really what you want at one of these events.
Oh, absolutely. Not to mention the fact that the two deck lists that we have from them. I believe Ash Lizzle is running a green-black deck, and I believe it's Adventures that she's on right now.
Ash is on mono green aggro for
my apologies. And Brad's on a list that he was in a jammed in a tournament yesterday. It was his Teamer Ramp list that he managed to top 8 their Bash Bros tournament as well. Yeah, and both these lists are super spicy.
Yeah, the Teamer Ramp list is definitely looking to go way over the top. You know, it's lacking the pieces that it once had, because you know a lot of them got banned.
But I don't know about you. There's still a Genesis Ultimatum in there.
Yeah, the Genesis Ultimatum is definitely a way to go well over the top.
Genesis Ultimatum, Terror of the Peaks, Beanstalk Giant. You die. All right.
That's definitely a combo to look out for. It's a tad bit slower than it was, you know, before the bans, but it still packs a heavy punch, and it's a lot of really big, scary things to deal with. Ash is definitely trying to come out of the gates a little faster and get under that go over the top plan, which you know, it could work out, or it could not. You know, Ugin is definitely a problem for her deck.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Ash's deck the same one that Rumty posted to the CFB a bit ago?
I believe it might.
If not, it definitely looks
different. It might be the same shell. I think she made a couple tweaks to it.
That's fair. I've always been scared of mono green. Anytime I'm against mono green, I'm just like, this deck is going to hit a questing beast, it's going to hit Henge, and I'm going to die.
Yeah, the pool of green cards is very strong right now, and of course the mana base is super consistent. You know, being that there's 17 forests. You know, her mana is coming in untapped.
One color.
Yeah, if you like your lands coming into play untapped, that is the deck to play, because you know, it can come out with a serious amount of aggression that is very difficult to deal with without a sweeper. And often it requires 2 sweepers to really seal the deal, because each individual threat is, you know, like 3 or 4 power multiplied by, you know, 2 or 3 creatures on the field. It really adds up quickly.
Oh, absolutely. I'm definitely a big fan of the deck, and I believe we're about to get started into our match. We're just waiting a few minutes for the players to actually start up, but I'm very much looking forward to this meta, because this meta... so I've been testing, because I'm in a bunch of tournaments coming up this week.
Yeah.
With the Red Bull, then there's also the MCQ coming up, and I've played nothing but standard for a whole week. I have no idea what's going on. I thought I had an idea, and then the weekend hit, and now I'm back to square one of having no idea what's going on.
Yeah, and that seems to be the consensus with all the pros in this tournament. You know, if Brad Nelson is confused coming into this tournament, I think it's safe to say the rest of us can be a little confused and get away with it, because I'm in the same boat as you. I've just been playing like whatever I like, really, and you know, having success to a moderate degree with pretty much everything, as long as you're playing well. Your decisions are super impactful, and it feels good from where we were last time with the whole Omnath situation. So yeah, this meta is extremely. It seems a lot more creature based than it ever has been, and um, you know, a lot of value coming out of every creature is something that's going to be something to look forward to here.
Oh, absolutely. And it looks like we're heading into the game now. What do you think about this hand from Brad here?
I mean, 2 Bone Crushers is, you know,
Yeah.
it's never
Are you ever
that
upset?
bad.
Is there ever a universe where you're upset seeing 2 Bone Crushers in your opening hand?
No, I think this is one of the best cards in Standard by a large amount. It you know, deals with so much. It
Just like,
can go can go face at the end of the game. It presents a 4/3 body that is not only difficult to deal with, but if you don't deal with it, it's just gonna kill you in a few turns. So there's a lot to this card, even though it might just look like a shock and a 4/3.
interesting play of
But
playing a Stonecoil Serpent on 1.
yeah, the Stonecoil Serpent is secretly a very powerful card. You know, it's a great curve filler, and then it's a really, really powerful top deck late game in these green decks, especially due to the green castle that is often seen in these. So you can just get a random 6/6 or 7/7 at the end of a game that is extremely difficult to deal with, because a lot more things are multicolored than you originally realize. So that kudos to the design team for that little splash.
Oh, most definitely. Brad definitely taking his time to think about his play right here. Because you really got to be careful against the green deck. Because surprise, the mono green deck, you don't think it has a lot of removal spells. It has a good chunk of removal, a surprising large amount that you might think.
Yeah, I'm totally on board with that. Primal Might and Ram Through are low key like 2 of the better removal spells in the format.
I'd almost say that they're almost like, I'm almost wanting to say they're probably some of the best removal in the format.
Yeah, they do a lot, and they synergize really well with these decks, because they're just doing things that you want to be doing. You know, removing an important threat, dealing a little more extra damage, and then the Primal Might is kind of a fireball effect where you can just dump so much mana into it all of a sudden and just get in for a lot of surprise damage. It's a card that's really impressed me since it came out.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, Brad is being very deliberate here. I think he's well aware of the situation, that there's a lot of pressure on the way. So he's probably trying to navigate the best way to mitigate, you know, this onslaught that's about to start happening if Ash can get her land drops here.
Oh, most definitely. I think because you've got to really be careful, because the green deck won't hit you hard to begin with, but then you get to turn like 3, it plays a 5/5 or 3/3. Then you go to turn 4, they now have a 5/5, and then they're going to smack you for a million on turn 4. You're going to be like, I was at 20 and I'm at 8. What happened to my life?
Yeah, yeah. The chunks of damage for this mono green deck are just that. They are massive chunks of 4 and 5 that really end the game in only like 1 or 2 attacks. It's not like a mono red where you're chipping in for damage over and over again to try to culminate like these small little like pin needles of damage. This is these are big boys doing big boy things.
Oh, 100%. Now, Brad's got to be careful here. There's an argument to just play the Bone Crusher, kill the Stonecoil, play a 4/3, a hope that Ash doesn't have a land, or just accept that you're taking 5 and going to 13, which isn't the worst thing in the world. as a
Yeah, you gotta be. Oops, sorry.
as like I was just about to say, as a very highly skilled player that Brad is, he's played in multiple formats and eternal formats. And if you are an eternal player, you very much know that your life total is a resource, and unless that life total goes 0, you're not dead. Unless that head
Yeah, and
explodes, you're not out of this game.
that's especially true for this for a deck with Genesis Ultimatum in it, I believe, because you are just able to flip the top 5 cards of your library with Genesis Ultimatum and put basically whatever you want into play. That is a pretty good catch-up mechanic, especially when you have Ugin in your deck. And,
oh, most definitely.
Brad has 2 of them, so
you got 2?
this game could.
What a monster!
Yeah, he's got 2 Ugins. This is gonna get real fast if
Brad, why do you do this?
Get up to that, if he can get up to that Genesis Ultimatum mana, it's gonna be pretty ugly for Ash. So swinging in here with the Mammoth, Brad is pretty happy to trade.
She doesn't have any pump spells. He's just looking over the list right now, just double checking that she doesn't have any pump spells. Her only pump spell in the deck is the Primal Might, and that's a sorcery.
Yeah,
Ash missing a land drop.
Missing a land is huge. She did choose to play that Mammoth instead of playing it as a land, of course. So
yeah, she played the Turn Timber as a land instead.
Mm-hmm.
Getting rid of the Scoozer here is very huge. Luckily, Ash does have a backup, but there's also the unfortunate side that she's also got this 9 mana spell in her hand. That's kind of suck. Drawing Vivian here sucks.
The Love Struck can enable a henge with a top deck, but like that's giving Brad a lot of time, and I don't think Brad Nelson is the type of player you want to give this luxury of breathing room right now.
I don't think you want to give a deck that's running Genesis Ultimatum time, period.
Yeah, and he's really navigated this well to keep the board in his favor, and it looks like he's about to go off a little bit.
What does this get? Big whammies?
Yikes. That's a lot of stuff. And actually another Genesis Ultimatum too. Was that that might have been the best possible Genesis Ultimatum.
I'm pretty sure the only thing that could have made that better is if he got a Terror. If he had a Terror of the Peaks on top of that, I think it's the only way that could have gotten better.
Oh,
if Ash top decks a land,
she does. I think it's a little too late though.
He can get Henge, get Scoos, draw a card, and then do something.
There needs to be another Genesis Ultimatum is not going to help the situation. I'll tell you that much. That's a lot of stuff. That is.
So there are many things and stuff.
Yeah. That's
yes. I have a feeling that this match might be over in a few. Just a hunch though.
Brad is displaying why he's one of the best players in the world right now with these incredible flips here.
Both those Mammoths are 7/7. She's got a 2/2. She has an 8/8 now. Oh, wait, no, my apologies. 9/9. And Beanstalk Giant. Oh, she's got. Oh, there's 3 Mammoths on the board. One of them is being hidden by his cam.
There's a lot.
There's a lot.
It's only going to be more.
Do you hardcast? Can he hardcast this Seagate Restoration? Yeah. Oh my god, he can.
Yeah. This is gross. This is absolutely.
He still can't find
gross.
Terror. Where's Terror? Where's Terror of the Peaks?
That's 4
of them, right? Yeah, there's 4 of them.
That might be GG just a bit. This is this escalated very quickly. As we can see, Ash. Ash has 4 lands in play and 2 creatures, as opposed to the million on the other side of the board.
And Ash has accepted her fates.
Game 1. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a bit rough. So we're going to go to sideboarding here.
What does Ash have that can potentially help her in this situation? She has the Ranger's Guile that can help a bit. Harbingers aren't going to help. I think she's got the 4 adversaries, so those can come in. Brad is primarily a green deck, so those can come in, be Death Touchers.
I think all you can do is just try to go as aggro as possible. Removal isn't really that important. It's just like all aggression. You want to curve out.
You want to be aggressive. So here's the question. Do you bring the Garrix in? Because I've had a bunch of people be mixed about the Garrix. and whether they're
I'm
good
not a
or
fan of
not.
that card.
You're not a
So
fan? So,
I
because I'm actually a
no.
bigger fan, but I'm more willing to bring it in against things like control.
Yeah,
In
on
a
the
match like
play,
this,
it's a
where
little
this is
different.
like combo-ish, I think I'd want to bring it in just because you want to beat your opponent down as quickly as you possibly can, and it enables your
Yeah,
henge.
yeah. I can see those arguments. It's just it's a card that it's a very gradual amount of pressure, um, especially if the board is pretty muddled. But yeah, it looks like
We,
she's gonna go with one.
she is bringing in the Ranger Scouts. So if we look at Brad's list, he does have Dragon Fires, which I saw that he brought in, and he
Hmm.
does have Scoozes.
See,
Maybe there's not a whole lot for him to bring in, really.
Brad only needs to stall until mana 7, really. So I'm sure his sideboard is very well equipped to deal with these type of strategies. It's really just a matter of curving out for Ash, and not drawing lands is not the way to go.
She's got 2 with this, but this is not where you want to be as a mono green
Yeah,
deck.
this is a pretty big clunker here.
And Brad's hand is
And
looking
then
pretty all right.
yeah, he's got the Lotus Cobra, he's got the Fabled Passage, he's got the Bone Crusher. Life is good over there. If he draws a payoff, it's gonna be rough.
That's kind of a payoff.
Yeah, Shatterskull Smashing is a card that's really impressed me. I was pretty down on it at first because it didn't go face, but the fact that it's a 2-for-1 is you can't ignore that in this game. Yeah, the fact that you can just skip off 2 pretty good sized creatures in the mid to late game is something I didn't really appreciate at first.
Almost
Very
definitely.
powerful though.
A big thing here, though, is the fact that Brad doesn't have any red, unless he wants to play the Shadow Skull as a red source, opting not to. That's kind of huge for Ash here, and you hate to see it.
She cannot get a break right now.
It's so unfortunate.
The inevitability of this teamer deck is kind of telling though. Like this looks like Brad just needs to survive like a turn or two, and he's just going to be completely in the driver's seat.
If Brad gets this Terror of the Peaks on the board, I don't know if Ash can come back.
Yeah,
this ram through is very useful though. Since Stone Cold Serpent does have trample, the ram through will deal damage to Brad. Now the question is, does Brad want to bolt himself with the Shatter Skull, get a red source, potentially Bone Crusher, or does he just want to play it slow and steady because he does have time? Does opt to bolt himself? Does he shock the Stone Coil? Or do you just Beanstalk here? I'm
it's
more
an interesting decision.
I think I'd rather Beanstalk, honestly. Because Ash, you're at 12.
Yeah, it's a really tough call. I guess next turn, I mean, it's tough. You can guarantee the Terror next turn, which means you won't be able to play the Bone Crusher, I suppose. So, yeah, he's going to go with the conservative play.
That's
maybe
fair.
worried about some burst of damage, like a Primal Knight or something.
I think he's more worried that Ash might top deck a land, which is a fair thing to be worried about. I'd be afraid about it too, because you know for a fact that once Ash does top deck that land, things are going to start becoming a lot more difficult.
Yeah, but Brad's got it pretty easy right now with her missing all these land drops. It is really very frustrating as an aggro player, being held back by pretty much your deck not letting you play the game.
It's like, I want to play the game. No.
Yeah, it gets like I've played a lot of aggro, and losing to Mana Screw, especially with these larger creature decks, is just so frustrating.
I've been on the receiving end of, and being the person who's been having mana troubles all the time. The biggest thing you have to think about is when your opponent is missing land drops. Once they find the land drops, your opponent has nothing but gas in their hand.
It's true. Yeah.
So that's the biggest issue that Brad has to face right now, is the fact that he can play a bit conservative, but once Ash finds her lands, he's gonna be in a lot of trouble unless he can take advantage of the current situation.
I don't know. He's setting up for something clearly. I don't know if it's just a terror here
I think it's
or
terror. I think it's
could be.
get terror,
Yep.
then you want to go beanstalk, get land, mammoth, go.
Mm-hmm. It looks like he's really looking to take over control right now. And oh my goodness, literally
How
can
many
play
draw?
one card in hand. That is so brutal.
Oh.
Like you just have nothing but gassers, and you can't. Oh goodness. Yeah, this is just game. Unfortunately, that's super
This
unfortunate.
that oh that's
Yeah,
just that's just so unlucky.
that is really unfortunate. Getting
Oh,
beat
Brett,
by
that's
a
zero
zero
percent.
percenter too. Yeah, those are the big feel bads when you get beat by the 0%ers.
Oh, it's the worst. Feel bad.
But yeah, that was a good game. At least for one side of that of the two players. Unfortunate draws by Ash Lizzle there, to say the least. You know, it's the variance is a part of the game, but you really hate for it to happen in the
It's
first
so
round
unlucky.
of
Back
a
to back
tournament.
as well. Back to back as well is probably the biggest feels bad when you have
Mm-hmm.
something like that happen. Because normally you get the opposite effect, because you're like, oh, I got mana screwed, then get mana flooded. Now you just got two mana screws right back to back, and there's just nothing you can do about that in those scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Yeah,
looks like that
it
we
is
are ready to go to our backup match here, which is the Nerdy Steve versus Voxi.
cool. It looks like it's
Ooh.
1-1 here. We're in game 3.
So this is the Rogues deck, looking like Loris
Yeah,
Rogues against
yeah. Rogues.
the Golgari
Ro-
Adventures list. All right, I'm
yeah,
just gonna quickly get
Steve.
these lists up myself.
Steve brought a a pretty classic green black adventure deck, and then Voxy piloting the Demir Luris Rogue deck, which is basically a mill deck with an aggro backup plan.
I think this is close to the list that knocked me out of top 8 in the Bash Bros tournament.
Yeah, that makes sense. That was a good one.
Yeah, it was. Piloted by Sandy Dog. Real good player,
Yeah,
real good deck.
yeah, phenomenal
But
aggro player there.
now we have Voxy here, who primarily streams limited, and I was chatting her to her before, and I said, what's your game? I was like, what's your game plan? Have you done much testing? And she came up to me and told me, I've done no testing. I'm just coming in here with a deck I've never played before.
Yeah, that sounds like Voxy. She's just going in YOLOing it, trying to make some magic happen.
And I saw
Steve is, of course,
Steve.
yeah. Steve is a very skilled player. He's been rank 1 a few times before.
Wasn't that during like Ixalan Standard they got rank 1?
I believe it was during when Kethis was in its prime. He's an extremely skilled Kethis pilot. When that deck was in favor, very complicated deck.
That's a Steve deck right there. That's a deck that should be like, I'm going to do my own little thing, and you can do nothing about it.
Yeah, he was extremely good at piloting that deck, and Voxy, of course, is a very skilled limited player. So combat math is probably one of her strengths.
I think Voxy, this might be actually the best deck suited for Voxy, because it's a very tempo style deck, and knowing when to use your cards at certain situations, which is very much the Rogue Mill style.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as she deploys her threats correctly and in the proper sequence, then she can easily take over this match. But Steve definitely applying the pressure with this Lovestruck Beast.
Yeah, Lovestruck, especially with the way that Voxy's hand is set up right now, like 2 Into the Stories and a Cling to Dust is not exactly what you want against,
And they both have no, continue.
Yeah, two extremely potent threats right now. In Edgewall Innkeeper and Lovestruck Beast, that you kind of need to deal with both of them, and currently she can deal with none of them. So that is not good math.
For looks at the graveyard, Steve had a ooze there, and I'm willing to bet, because Steve knows what he's doing, I'm willing to bet that he's been exiling his own graveyard as well as Voxy's to ensure that she can't cast Into the Story at 4 mana. Yeah, but the Ruin Crab top deck,
Into the Story is just slowly become one of the most powerful cards in Standard as well. For this, especially for this specific deck, 4 cards for 1 card is just so hard to come back from. Sometimes I found
It's not just
it
that.
just
It's like we used to play Jace's Ingenuity, which is a 5 mana
mhm,
draw 3 at instant speed. Into the Story
yeah,
can be a 4 mana draw 4
yeah,
at instant speed.
yeah. The second part of that text, the 8 cards in your opponent's graveyard is pretty negligible with considering all of these cards are mill cards in their own right. So it's basically just 4 mana draw 4. But Steve, I think, was well aware of that, and as you said before, has been playing around um, a lot of these 8 cards or more enabling abilities. So
A little
kudos to Steve.
surprised. A little surprised that he didn't just fire off the Murder Rider on the Lurrus there. Because
Yeah, there must not be. I mean, there must be a reason for that. He must be saving it for end of turn or something.
trying to ensure
I'm
that she
not
doesn't
sure.
have any counter spells.
Yeah, maybe he's just super worried about it resolving.
Well,
Looks like that's the case.
yeah, that's fair. I was trying
I
to think
guess
because
during the upkeep might have been a play, but this
my thought
this is a
process,
slam dunk.
I don't. She didn't have priority because the thing about Arena is there's these little ticks about Arena that if you're a skilled enough player, you can take advantage of very easily. If you just
Hmm.
cast a card and the card immediately resolves, that means that the program knows that Voxi doesn't have an instant in her hand or anything to cast or activate. So it'll just automatically go. If there's a pause, then there's something she could activate. And I believe when Steve was playing when he cast his Shade, there wasn't any pauses there. I could be wrong.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. There are a lot of tells with Arena, that is for sure. I wasn't exactly paying attention to that, so
I
I
wasn't
can
either.
take your
Don't blame
word
you.
for it. So I can take your word for that one. So yeah, it seemed like he just really wanted to ensure that Lurrus was going to get deleted as soon as there was like a guaranteed opening. So it seems super conservative on his part, and it paid off
Almost definitely.
because I don't think outside of Extinction Event, I don't know if the Rogues deck could possibly come back from this board state.
Looking at her list now, she's basically she has the
Yeah,
Agadeem's
I don't,
Awakening. It can find TMC3, so she can get back Luris and a Thieves Guild Enforcer, but that's not really going to help in this situation.
yeah. Agadeem's is a very powerful card that I really didn't expect to be, this good, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here.
How many cards does Steve have? Because if she plays that as a land, that's a mill 9. Play Thieves Guild Enforcer, mill 2. That's 11 cards milled.
Oh, yeah. I always forget about the backup plan of the board stall into, play a bunch of crabs and mill them.
Steve has a lot of power on board, however. That's 2 Shades, a
Hmm.
Murder Rider, a 5/5, and 3 1/1s. So quick math equals
Yeah,
up to a whole lot
this
of
is gonna be
13 damage.
a lot. Yeah, he can
Ugh.
or Foxy can remove one thing and then play a blocker with a Thieves Guild Enforcer, so maybe can buy another turn.
Mm-hmm.
But there's going to be a lot of chumping going on here, and this Agadeem's Awakening on the Nerdy Steve side is only going to add to the pressure.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to see if he can
But
get some interaction out of her hand. Playing Order of Midnight, drawing 2 cards. A little scary considering how Voxy is trying to mill him out.
yeah, the edge walls can be a bit punishing against this deck, but you're not going to win with no cards a lot of the time. So I see where he's coming from.
You're also, you're not winning this game by not hitting your opponent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Rogues deck is really unique in that regard, that it can just like sit back and it doesn't need to really pressure you in some games because it has this mill backup plan, which is
Which is almost as
oftentimes its
terrifying.
primary plan. Yeah, it's a lot of angles for an aggro deck or an aggro
It
tempo
can
deck rather.
it can hit you and kill you, or it can mill you. And I was playing an 80 card deck, and I got milled out.
Yeah. I've definitely played some 80 card decks that have gotten milled as well, which like you think you're favored in that matchup, but
But no.
they just they mill a lot of cards. To put it bluntly. So this is an attack for quite a bit here. 8, 9, 10, 11, 17, I believe. So yeah, we're getting some
Two
chumperinos here.
shades. 3, 6, 11. Yeah, 17. Jumping to 5/5, blocking all the ones. Oh, she's opting to block the Murderous Rider.
These love strucks are just gonna really finish the game quick though.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think she can. I think she has to block the 5/5 here.
Yeah, she'll get the trade at least. So some 1/1's gonna get through, and the Skyclaves are gonna get through. Voxi's gonna go with the conservative line of removing something. Looks like one of the Skyclaves, which isn't the best because they are recursive, of course. But I mean, you got to do what you got to do at this point.
Fair
Playing for
enough.
monies here.
Oh, absolutely. There's quite a bit of money on the line.
Mm-hmm.
500 to the winner really... here.
Oh yeah, no big deal.
Oh, just a casual $500. Not
casual
big deal.
$500 for playing some Magic in your PJs here. Pretty good feeling here. And then into the story, could find something, but I don't know. It's looking rough. It's looking rough for Voxi here.
Found the fourth crab. How many
cards? A lot of crabs.
Voxi, I don't know how many cards are in Steve's library. How dare you?
There's 12 cards coming from this crab land combo here. But is it enough? I think she might have needed that Thieves Guild.
Can she do it? Can she find the pieces?
Okay, triggers. I mean, Steve can remove one thing. So his best 4 things get blocked.
There's her best 4 things, so that'd be 2 beasts.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think
she might be okay.
She might be able to survive, yeah.
It's really hard to tell.
Depending on what Steve draws here. Ooh, a mammoth. That's not going to help.
If I am Steve, do you Murder Rider one of those crabs just so you can get more damage through?
That is interesting. Maybe it depends on how many cards are left in his library, I suppose.
He got 2 damage in the air, so he just needs 4 damage left. He's a Voxi, did not flash into Thief.
Yeah, that's true. So she's going to go for the drown play or else she's dead.
Yeah, so she has to block an Innkeeper. Then there's one. She has to drown the lock the Shade. And I think she might... No, yeah, she blocks there.
So
I think she's still dead. Because she didn't flash in the Thought Thief.
She has the removal still, I believe.
That if you remove a 1... No, if you remove the 2/2, then you take 4. Oh, yeah, then you take 4. Then you're just down to 2. So she has to kill the Order of Midnight.
Yeah, I mean, she's doing what she has to. She's going to lose pretty much her whole board, though. Now, it all depends on how many cards are left in the library. Yeah, so I don't think killing the crab would have done anything.
No, it would have. Might have. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it is really hard to tell. I can't see the graveyard, so that's a little complicating because this Rogues deck really cares mostly about the cards in your graveyard or cards in your library, excuse me.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're getting the Agadeems. So maybe this was... Oh. Did she mean to do that? I don't think she meant to do that.
Did she was she trying to cast the
Oh no,
Aghanim
she did.
Awakening?
Oh no, I think she did mean to do that. She got him. I don't think he has any cards left in his library.
Oh, he has 0 cards left in the library.
Oh my goodness! The galaxy brain play of killing your own murderous rider. I don't know if it's gonna matter though because of this Thieves Guild enforcer. But that is really good, a really clever play by Steve. Like I did not see that coming. Wow, that was sick. Dang. So what just happened?
So the murderer is going to go from the bottom of the library on into the bottom of the library, and then if
Okay, and
Voxi does this
then she
correct,
plays this. Yeah.
yeah.
Wow.
What a
That was a
close
crazy game. That was crazy. Yeah, that was pretty bold. Bill of the Forest says.
Jeez.
Good game though. That was really cool.
That was so close.
Because yeah, she's super dead. Now I wonder if that crab would have made a difference. I'm not 100% sure if it would have. But yeah, because she still had the Agadeems to bring back like a million rogues. So let's check it out.
That was an insane game there. The amount of those draws, getting all 4 crabs out, milling your opponent for 12, getting everything out, stalling long enough, block all the 1/1s. Like just props to Voxi for managing to pull through there. I was pretty much thinking Steve was going to win that one.
Yeah, that was a pretty clutch one there. Not being able to see the cards in the library might have changed or skewed our view a bit, but because if you know that number, like it just kind of sways the whole control of the matchup. But yeah, super interesting match. Definitely didn't expect that last sequence. Very cool.
Oh, definitely did. You know, Steve is a very solid player, so being able to see that line, kudos to him for doing that. I didn't see that line.
Yeah, I didn't see that at all. The text on Murderous Rider, the hidden mode of being able to shuffle back into the library, is something that it is often forgot about, that it doesn't stay in the graveyard, and can be a little bit of anti-mill tech if the straits are dire enough. So, what do we have any matches left?
Nope, all matches are finished up. We're just getting everything set up for next round.
Awesome. Yeah, that was the last match. Cool.
Yeah, and just give us a quick second, everyone. We'll be back just in a few minutes. We're going to show you this quick promo video from a quick interview from one of the players in Degrees of Madness campaign.
See you guys in a bit.
His foray into college is so that he can meet new people and make true connections and really try to continue to bury his deep, dark secrets down into the world. But also he's looking for love. And it seems like everyone else in the universe is also looking for the exact same love that he found. So he's got a lot of stress in his life. So he's kind of on the edge of a knife right now. Go one way or the other way. Anyway, Benji is really excited about and passionate about art. So he likes to communicate through art because when he touches people, weird stuff happens. Make sure you tune in to Degrees of Madness on LFM, because we're adorable.
Degrees of Madness. Doug is a very naive kid with a lacking life experience, but he's looking forward to being in college, you know, and he might just get himself into a little bit of trouble, and he might get himself into some love triangle situations, if you know what I mean. Make sure you guys check out LFM's Degrees of Madness to find out what kind of heroics Doug gets into.
All right, and we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy.
Yeah, that was a wild ride in that first round. That is for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I can see Steve. He's just chatting, and he's that play. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, that was
But
wild.
to go over the who won our other matches, we weren't unfortunately able to cover. Aaron Jolter managed to beat Oliver Tew, and Jim Davis beat Jana. I believe we're going to get our next round started up momentarily here.
Yeah.
Just give this a quick second here, and I'm going to get the players all ready.
Yep, the pairings just went up, so we will begin momentarily.
Alrighty. All right, and I believe our next feature match is going to be. Let me just quickly find that again. We're going to have Jim Davis versus Brad Nelson. So with Brad on the Teamer ramp deck, Jim Davis. What was Jim Davis on again? There are too many decks for me to keep track of.
Jim is on a Bant ramp / mid-range variant of his own creation, I believe. He's a very skilled brewer. Former pro from the SCG tour. Extremely skilled player who has brought a very interesting take on Bant to this that I really haven't seen before. Okay. So yeah, let's just pull up this deck list here.
So I was taking it out, and this is some spice. So this is going a bit a different variation than the Selesnya Yorion decks. This is going more into blue. I have seen some of those Selesnya decks actually go splash blue for Glasspool Mimic to be able to copy a bunch of their Wicked Wolves, their Skyclave Apparitions. But Jim opting for more of a blue approach with adding in Essence Scatters in the main, Dream Trawlers in the main, and some extra little blue splashy cards in the side.
Yeah, it's a lot more mid-range, not too many counter spells, 3 negates, 1 mystical dispute. It's a lot more, or Jim Davis's deck is a lot more creature based. I think it has 21 creatures in it, which, for a ramp deck, that's quite a bit. So it's kind of hard to discern whether or not it's ramp or mid-range or ramp mid-range. It certainly straddles the line between a few types of deck, but it has aggression, it has removal, has some planeswalkers, some counter magic. Pretty interesting build here. It has a lot of answers for everything, pretty much. The standout from these decks that I'm finding is Skyclave Apparition, which is just like overperformed every single time I've ever played it.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a removal spell. It's a 2/2. You have to deal with it eventually, and all you get is like this dorky vanilla illusion, which does like next to nothing, but make you sad. So that is a pretty interesting extra bit of flavor on Skyclave Apparition, just constantly making your opponent sad and having to deal with these terrible vanilla illusions instead of your Planeswalker or
the fact that
Questing
Skyclave
Beast.
Apparition can hit any permanent constantly messes me up.
Yeah, I've had my Lilianas and my Questing Beasts taken down by it, and it feels horrible because a vanilla 4/4 is not as good as either of those cards. So, and that's after you've used a removal spell on the Skyclave Apparition. So, it's really demanding. It demands a lot. It doesn't look like too much, a 2/2 for 3 mana, but the removal, the tempo, the blocker it provides, you get 2 of them down. It's a pretty solid clock. It just constantly overperforms in my opinion.
Oh, the card's insane because it can. The fact it also can hit like enchantments, and then we've seen the card be a powerhouse in the blue-white Yorion builds, where you can blink it, and then you can blink things like Baron, which you then blink the token that the Skyclave Apparition then gives your opponent. And the card can do so much for very little requirement of having to play white, which has gone from being one of the worst colors to being arguably one of the best colors in Standard right now.
Yeah.
I think like having Skyclave Apparition with being Exile along with being with ECD. So you have a thing that says, hey, I take care of a thing that's CMC 4 or less, and then you have ECD, which is, hey, I'm going to take care of a thing that's 3 or greater.
Yeah, I was joking with someone earlier that it's kind of like ECD's little buddy that kind of just cleans up everything that ECD can't deal with.
And then if he gets rid of it, then ECD will bring it back.
That's the most messed up part, and kind of makes me see why they might have banned Teferi and Historic a little sooner. Because this would be a nightmare with those cards.
No idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, the fact that it comes back from the ECD, it comes back with a counter on it. It's a lot. It's just like a lot to deal with. And being able to just clean up pretty much any threat outside of a token, which there aren't that many token producers right now outside of Shark Typhoon.
Thinking Shark Typhoon, Love Struck Beast, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Omen of the Sun.
Yeah. Like anything of significant size, I suppose, is just it's dealt with in so many other ways that not a lot of pressure is put on the Skyclave for making tokens disappear. I mean. Yeah, and then
all right, just giving our players the go ahead head right now, and we will be heading into our feature match momentarily here.
Yeah, Brad's deck is of course the Teamer Ramp deck, which is looking to just go way, way, way over the top.
Brad's hand here is looking pretty spicy. We got Cobra, Bone Crusher, Terror, Cultivate. Kind of banking on drawing this third land so you can cultivate.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, it's a solid hand. I'd keep that as well.
Really. As good as it gets. If he draws a land, and he does, this is pretty ideal for Brad right now. Jim isn't going to be able to set up any significant aggression, to get under these major threats that are about to come down. So, Jim is basically playing the ramp game against what's probably the faster ramp deck, which is not exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, that's very true. The ability to have the apparition in hand, but no, he will. If Brad opts to not kill Jim's Cobra, oh no, he can do both. He can cultivate and Bone Crusher. Right, Cobra's dumb. I forgot about that.
Cobra is a heck of a card. This is, a lot of people did not enjoy playing with this with some of the other previously legal rampers in the format, and you can kind of see why. You're just able to chain so many land drops some turns that it just and it's also a 2/1, which is not nothing.
Going back to your statement there, when things are banned, when those bans happened, honestly, I don't think we would see these types of decks we have today anywhere near if we still have those cards. So the fact that this meta is so wide open is really nice to see, because we're back to a good old just Magic. We're playing 1-for-1 removal, and everything's wide open, and anything can be played.
It feels really good, to go from basically the free 2-for-1 Central that was Standard a few weeks ago to now this, more meaningful, decision-oriented games where your trades and everything, your accumulation of resources actually matters, because you're not just slamming a card and winning. I mean, this of course as Brad slams a Genesis Ultimatum and wins, but yeah, that
we saw it again.
That was about as sick as it could have been yet again. It's pretty ridiculous. I don't know how Jim comes back from this.
So concede.
That was a lot. As you can see on Jim's face, he's a bit shook.
Did we just cast or curse Jim?
I think we might have. Okay, so Jim has 3 going on 4 lands, and I don't, I don't think, I don't think Elvish or Llanowar Visionary is gonna dig you out of this one.
Is Brad playing an ad right now?
Yeah, he might be.
Do we call that disrespectful, or is that just like?
I think he did his work. He resolved the spell, and
Jim's staying in it though. Jay,
Jim's a serious tournament player. He's been in a heck of a lot of tournaments. He's not going to be daunted by this mere board state. Okay.
Jim was an SCG grinder, if my memory serves me correctly. Didn't he win the Open?
I believe he is a former Player of the Year.
That's what it was.
Yeah, I believe Brad is as well. So 2 extremely skilled tournament players who will stick through it as much as they can. But I mean,
so if I'm Jim here, I'm looking at those negates in his sideboard, and I'd just be like, and adding those in. Yup, there they go.
Yeah, negate and dispute are extremely good in this matchup, but it's the Teamer ramp deck has so many threats that lead up to Ultimatum.
I'm just looking at both of their lists right now as they bring them up for me.
As they both bring up each other's list.
Fine.
This is what tournament magic is, though. It's making sure you cover all your bases. You're playing with open deck lists. It's not on ladder, where you're just kind of jamming what you think might be right. This is like perfect information. This is where the more skilled players will shine because they know how to take this. You know how to take this information and abuse it as much as you can possibly do it.
So kind of going on that point with whole online tournaments always having open deck lists, it's kind of baffles me that Play Organization was noting that, hey, this is online. People are probably going to stream it. So let's just, as a status quo, everything's just open deck list.
I mean, I would prefer that.
I would prefer that in paper. Oh my god, if we went to a paper tournament and I could just have open deck lists all the time, oh my god, it'd make my life so much easier.
Yeah, not getting absolutely destroyed by some random card in your opponent's deck is a good feeling. I've played in.
I like to sideboard appropriately when I'm playing Death Shadow, and my opponent doesn't get to play their enchantment that makes me gain 10 life.
Yeah. I know in some of the PTQs I've played in, we have the top 8 would have open deck lists, and that was always nice. But just sitting down against some random deck that you you don't know what to keep, it just makes the game that much more random, and the variance plays a lot more part into it. But a lot of people forget that major tournaments are open deck list, and it's an extremely important skill to adapt.
Especially, it's a whole new metagame as well with open deck lists.
Yeah, it takes away from the brewing aspect, but it really adds to the complexity of the game, which I think is great. So I'm gonna take a look at Jim's hand here.
Jim's got a pretty good hand.
He's got the Cobras. I mean, it looks like Brad has made his deck to really punish these opposing Cobra decks, though. Or maybe
honestly, I haven't seen too many.
Yeah, maybe he's also just super good at drawing Bone Crusher Giant. I don't know.
I mean,
one or the other.
Bone Crusher Giant. You play Bone Crusher Giant, so you can draw it.
Yeah, he's drawn a lot of those.
So if you're in Jim's spot here, do you go Cobra or Cobra Scoos, or do you just go Visionary?
It's tough.
Because I'm greedy, and I just go Cobra Scoos.
The Visionary guarantees you're able to deal with this. If you draw a land, you're able to deal. Actually, no, because it needs to be a white source. So maybe it would be better to run both things out, so then you do have the Banishing Light guaranteed next turn.
That's fair. Yeah, he's opting to go.
Yeah, this makes sense. The Visionary is a lot more of a risky play, and this is definitely you want to establish a board as fast as you can against this this ramp deck.
Not the most ideal for Brad here.
Yeah, Brad has a tough choice to make right now. I mean, he could bolt in this land and play the Visionary.
I think that's what he's going to do. Yep.
Yeah.
Bolt Visionary.
It's-
That makes sense.
Seems like a good setup. If Jim isn't able to deal with this Visionary, it's going to mean that Brad can either double spell or possibly resolve a terror. Of course, we know Brad doesn't have a terror, but Jim is probably pretty worried about the terror. It is a very good card right now in standard. Not a lot of ways to deal with it. Okay, we're gonna see a Cobra.
Cobra into what I assume is going to be a Bone Crusher Giant.
Oh, he's going for the Mimic.
Oh,
Wow. Okay.
That negate draw is huge.
Yeah, that was massive. Also, if you're Jim right now, you've got some red lights flashing. Why did Brad just take this huge setup turn? Is what I would be thinking. Probably.
I'm also thinking that Brad's not going to block if he's doing this.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So you're pretty free just to attack in here.
The negate. If Brad didn't have 2 ultimatums, this negate would be just ridiculous. But right now, it's only buying him another turn.
Yep, eating the Cobra. That way you can get more damage in. This is now 5 damage. This will put Brad down to 8.
Yeah. This negate's going to buy him a turn. Here comes Terror. Another tough choice for Brad to make. Does he just run out the ultimatum?
I'd run out the ultimatum.
What's his?
You didn't come here not to cast ultimatum.
He can make 4 mana with the Fabled Passage triggers off the Cobra, so 5, 9 mana total.
2 mana left over.
Or he could go with Bone Crusher Terror, yeah.
Yeah, that might be the safer play.
Because I'm sure Brad knows that 2 mana means negate, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's fair.
He is a phenomenal player who's probably able to suss out any type of shenanigans you're going to try to pull on him.
Most definitely.
Yeah, and he smells negate from a mile away, it looks like.
Sniffed it out.
Yeah. And this is actually another good setup turn while deploying 2 threats, because now Jim has to deal. I mean, he does have a lot more life, but he's going to have to hold up negate while dealing with a 5/4, a 4/3, and 2 2/1s. So yeah, this is not looking great for Jim right now.
He can eat the Lotus Cobra in his bin, so he can make a 4/4. He can attack. Do you want to attack here? I don't think you want to. So yeah, he has to run it out. Nope. That's so unlucky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's got shields down, and that just is going to allow Brad just to cast his Genesis Ultimatum. Or he may not even have to cast a Genesis Ultimatum. He can just play his second Terror. Just kills Goose.
Brad is drawing pure gasoline right now, is what we call this.
The world is an oyster right now.
He is drawn flawlessly. We saw Ash really stumble against him in the first round, and now it's kind of oh good lord.
Goodbye.
Yeah, that's a quick concede there, and that's it makes a lot of sense. Jim's putting his hands up in the air because there's very little to nothing he could do there.
So is Brad's superpower being able to draw very well, or is his superpower just enabling his opponent to not draw lands?
Seems to be a pretty good combination of both, which is how you win Magic tournaments sometimes.
Yeah, that's fair. You gotta take advantage of every advantage that you have available to you.
Yeah, certainly. The ramp deck is very linear. It's trying to do, its thing.
Yeah.
It has minimal interaction, and it has the over the top plan. And just dodging the counter spells is basically
if you can
basically Brad's
when
plan.
your opponent has the counter spell and when to play around them, that's you're pretty much just when we separates from a good player to a great player.
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes you're forced in a position where you just have to run it out and just hope that your opponent just doesn't have it.
Yeah, that's the teamer plan often. It has a lot of threats that really need to be dealt with, or else things snowball pretty quickly. Even losing its main engine pieces, it's still able to just keep on chugging with these ramp and ultimatum payoffs.
Now, it looks like we're ready to go into our next match here. I believe we got Voxi and Aaron Gibraltar, and is this game 1?
This
This
appears
is
to be game 1.
jeez.
Yeah.
Voxi is managing to stay alive, but she's looks like she's drawn a lot of lands.
I know the Selesnya Yorion deck is not one that has a lot of aggression in it, so this kind of makes sense. You know, a bunch of 3/3s and 2/2s kind of slowly kill you. But here we have, you know, Voxi sideboarding. Not this might not be a great matchup. Although I'm pretty sure Aaron's deck is a 60 card deck. Yeah, it's got 4 Yorions.
Yeah, I believe this says a Yorion deck, while being named Yorion, is not an 80 card pile.
Mm-hmm. Which is nice to see, because I really hate 80 card decks personally.
All right, get out of here then.
I just don't like the you know, the idea of ruining the consistency of your deck to have this Sky Noodle on deck all the time.
No, that's perfectly fair.
But that's just me also, you know. I've also been screwed over by variants a lot with playing those decks.
That's me on a daily basis.
Yeah, it's you think it's negligible, the fact that, you know, there's an extra 20 cards in your deck, but when you need that shatter, or, you know, you need that ECD, it shows up a lot less.
No, that's
than,
fair.
in a 60 card deck.
I've just learned that Arena always hates me, and that Magic is never on my side. So I just assume that just like I'm just constantly unlucky.
That's a fact that I think we all have to deal with. Yeah.
Very true. So going to the side, Aaron does have Glaskets that you can board in. Scavenging Ooze, which I imagine are going to be added in as well. Vivian might come in, and Chainweb Arachner is easily coming in. Voxi herself has, I'm imagining that she's going to be bringing in potentially the Skydiver, potentially the Low Mage's Domination, the Disputes, maybe. Dispute is kind of hit or miss. I'd probably add a Negate before that.
I haven't seen the Selesnya Yorion deck too much. I know Andrzej Strasky won the CFB Pro Showdown.
I've played against the deck way too often.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Beats up my red-black deck a lot, and it makes me very sad.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Trail is a heck of a card.
You also just get to free roll Henge.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
like the deck doesn't need Henge, but it can play Henge because why not?
Yeah, the Henges. People were complaining about Embercleave a lot in the first couple days, but little did they know that the Great Henge is here to really mess up your day. Because that is a tough card to come back.
Like when your opponent has a cleave, you know when they have a cleave. You can play around cleave pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
You can stop your opponent from cleaving with removal. I mean, technically the same can be said for a Henge. It's slightly harder to control that factor, though.
Yeah,
and
you have to keep like the entire board clear for Henge, which is pretty tough because, you know,
Voxi top decking that passage there with a crab on board.
Yeah, that's pretty big. It seems like my opponents always have Fabled Passage when they have crab out.
It's just a given. Your opponent has crab to have the Fabled Passage.
Yeah.
And Aaron top decking the Trail of Crumbs is huge for Aaron here.
Yeah, Trail of Crumbs is just such a crazy good card.
I wonder if Voxi knows that she needs to get rid of that Goose ASAP, because if she leaves that Goose on the board, that's an easy food producer. It's the best food producing card in Standard as of this moment, as well as probably the best enabler for Trail as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only other enabler for Trail that I'd argue be very powerful would be Wicked Wolf, but Goose comes down on turn 1, so.
Yeah, I think this is a big reason why we saw Cauldron Familiar get the old axe. That with Trail of Crumbs right now, it seems like would be just like an unbelievable strategy. Like you could just put Cat in this deck for free and it would draw you.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Cat would be perfectly fine.
You would just draw a zillion cards and have a million free blockers every turn.
And then you just jam Corvold and we back to be having Jund Food and everything would be right in the world.
Yeah, I kind of understand why they might have seen that as a bit problematic.
Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Looking at these looking at how these food decks just keep on going. You know, they just change, they just adapt a little bit. I mean, food is just such a strong mechanic.
Oh, food is. I think the power level of food and the cards surrounding the food mechanic is what makes it just so powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really actually, quick note aside, I'm really wondering if Voxi brought in the Lil Mage's domination, because being able to steal a Goose or being able to steal a Wicked Wolf, that's not a non-zero factor. That is Aaron's best food payoff cards.
Yeah, I've been tremendously impressed with that card. The Lil Mage's domination. It really digs you out of some situations that would be almost impossible to come out of otherwise.
Aaron having the unfortunateness of having a whole lot of lands and a whole lot of nothing to do with them.
Yeah, I mean, from Voxi's point of view, she must think it's all gas. So you have that going for you at least. But
Yeah,
unfortunately,
I don't want to downplay Voxi's skill too well, but she has to know that if your opponent has that big of a hand and they go Visionary, that hand, wow. Okay, besides, I'll comment on that in a second. But if your opponent's going Visionary with that big of a hand, their hand can't be that good. That is because that's such a medium play with a Trail of Goose on board. So that means they don't have Wolf in hand. That means they don't have like a Skyclave Apparition in hand. They don't have a Charming Prince to blink stuff. Like, it's a fairly medium to not great play.
Yeah, this Selesnya deck seems to be lacking just like any type of aggression, really. So
unless you get the Wicked Wolf on board, it's very hard.
This is a slow start for a slow deck, though. So, I mean, this might quickly end.
With the 3 draw locks, I'm going to think so. Yeah. That draw for was insane.
Yeah. The Chain Web might be able to slow her down a little, but
that's just easily dealt with a Drown lock. Well,
I'll be able to. Oh wow! Aaron's choosing to play the Angels, which is actually not very in his favor, I don't think.
So Voxi can go double Drown here, kill both the Angels, but then he's actually, I would bolt myself with the Agadim, double kill the Angels, and cling away the Arachneer in the bin.
Yeah, that's a solid line.
You hit your opponent down for 6, you put them down to 3. And even if they get an Arachneer out, you still have 2 flyers, and you can also then deploy your Wind Robber, which is also going to be a 3/1. And even if they play an Arachneer, you just sack it in response, and you get to draw a card. Voxi's in a very good position here.
Yeah, this is a really clean turn right now. Is she gonna choose to leave the Arachneer is the question. She does.
She can counter it.
Oh, true. Yeah. Yeah, Drown in the Lock is slowly become an incredible card with this Rogues deck, just incidentally milling you so much. You know, 2 mana counterspell. It's also a removal is pretty amazing. So the Goose does.
Is she? Aaron does have 2 blockers in Goose plus Arachneer.
Yeah.
Or Aaron might go for the line of. Did he already play a land? Oh.
Yeah, I think he can only deal with 1 there, and then he would leave the Goose back to block.
So she didn't bring in the Lil Mages, which is fine. It definitely, I don't know if it's correct or not. I'm a greedy player, so I personally would add them because why not? Looking like wow, Aaron being very quick sideboarding. I was not able to catch what he boarded in. Did you catch what he boarded in and out?
No, he was pretty much flying through that. So I think he might have shaved a Yorion or 2, which makes sense.
Being able to play very quickly is very much to your benefit in these sorts of tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the idea about playing fast is you subconsciously make your opponent want to keep up with your speed. So you can potentially make your opponent mess up without them even knowing.
Yeah,
So I praise any player who can play at a reasonably high level speed.
Yeah, I definitely have noticed that. A lot of players do try to match your tempo with the turn taking or sideboarding. You know, you sort of pressure them into making rash decisions sometimes. Definitely was the case a lot in paper too. I noticed. I was playing a lot of mono red, and you know, you're obviously pressuring their life total, which puts them like actually under pressure. On top of the fact that you're telling them to go every 10 seconds, it doesn't give them a lot of time to think, which is important because the chess clock is real in this game.
Oh, absolutely. Now, Voxi's decision to Drown Lock the Ooze, do you think that's correct? Do you like that line, actually? I should rephrase it. Do you like that line? Because I think I'd rather go Robber.
I see what she's doing, though. She's trying to stop like the anti-game plan going on for Aaron. You know, she's thwarting Aaron trying to thwart her plan, which is, you know, it's reasonable. I can see merit to both lines, but I totally get where Voxi's coming from there. The Scoos was doing absolute work when Steve was using it, so maybe
interesting that she learned. Small little mess up. She should have played the Wind Robber before combat, but ended up it's minor misplay. In the end, not going to matter too much. Wicked Wolf here is pretty huge. That's going to deal with the Thought Thief very easily.
Yeah, this is why Wicked Wolf was one of the best cards in Standard for a while.
Still is.
Yeah. Back in the Oko days, it was absolutely broken. Now it's a lot more tame, but
I think Oko is a bit more broken than the Wolf, but yes.
Yeah. having that free food generator every single turn, you know, had your Wicked Wolf growing to be an 8/8, a 9/9, a 10/10, pretty much every game. But now you're only getting the fair, you know, one activation. You do get a free sack outlet, which is nice from the Wolf.
Sack outlet to however many food you have.
Yeah. It can be.
I had a game where my opponent had a 16/16 Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Or was it a no? They had a 16/16 Ooze, and I had a 10/10 Wolf and an 8/8 Wolf.
Yeah, they get big. They get big quick. Because these decks do make a lot of food, just like innocuously. All of a sudden, you know, they'll have like 6 or 7 food, which turns into, you know, 5 or 6 cards in a turn or two. Looking at the top 2 of your library too is not nothing.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, that takes definitely really quick.
Definitely thinking about this play here. Opting to bottom the Drown, I'd top it personally. You can cling away a thing in Aaron's bin, draw it if you need. Oh, but then you don't have. No, I can see why she's thinking about this. But yeah, I do agree that topping it is correct.
Okay, you're gonna put Luris in hand.
She can hit Aaron for 1 here. I wouldn't swing with the Enforcer because they can just sack the food, give indestructible.
Yeah, it wouldn't. It would, I guess, force Aaron to use the food, but is that really worth your 3/2? I don't think so.
Probably not.
Especially because you can steal this Wolf pretty soon.
Aaron being unable to draw a land here also. A little unfortunate.
Yeah, that's been the story so far. If you miss your land drops, the snowballing is a lot less gradual than it used to be, but it's still, you know, standard nonetheless, where if you miss a land drop, you just go so far behind so quickly.
Well, opting to attack here, I have Voxi wanting to block.
Yeah, it's an interesting block, I guess.
I don't think I would like it personally.
I guess it forces, again, the food use, but Aaron's going to be able to draw a card, which is not ideal. Oh, because, okay, I've seen this line a lot. This is forcing Okay, this is forcing action to get the Thieves Guild and the Thieves Guild Enforcer into the graveyard, so you can immediately bring it back with Luris. I've actually fallen for this quite a bit. It kind of puts you in a position where you're like, well, why wouldn't I block? Well, they're gonna get a free 3/2 and 2 cards in your bin just from that weird little play right there. So that was a pretty heads up play. Although
just got confirmation that this is the last match that's playing right now. All other matches are done.
Wow, that's awesome.
I'm actually surprised considering how the tournament I was in yesterday, every match went to time.
Oh, really? Was that that was the Yorian Fest though, right? That Sandy took down.
Yeah, everyone was running Yorian.
Yeah,
that tournament.
Yeah, if I remember the old Yorian meta, before the companion nerf, that happened a lot.
This is opting to go for the Wicked Wolf. I don't hate this line.
Yeah, the Lull Mage's Domination is just such a good card.
Such a good magic card.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually so helpful right here for Voxi. Unfortunately, Aaron does have a second Wicked Wolf in hand, but doesn't have a 5th mana for that Vivian. And unfortunately, Voxi is tapped out, so you can't use that Adrenaline Lock. So if you're Aaron, do you just jam that Wicked Wolf here, or do you jam a Visionary, hope to draw a land, that way you can get activate the Gilded Goose to make a food, so you can set up for next turn for another wolf play?
It's definitely interesting.
Oh, opting to go for this line. I don't hate it.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of just setting up right now. Like, both players are pretty far from being close to dead, so these incremental advantages are going to pay off in a few turns.
Absolutely. Drawing the casket there is pretty big for Aaron. Voxi drawing a Triumph, not exactly what she wants to see. If I was Voxi here, I'd attack, and I wouldn't use this Drowned here. I would probably want to hold up mana, because if my opponent does nothing, then we just draw 4 with Into the Story.
Yeah.
And holding up Drowned Lock to counter things.
The Wind Robber is a great chumper too, because it allows you to draw that card, which is really nice.
Oh, absolutely.
But here comes Drown in the Lock, I think. Nope, she's going to hold back. I mean, Aaron can play everything in his hand, so...
But she can also just use the Drown to counter, or whatever he plays as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
Try to stop it from down. I think it'd be better just to counter the payoff.
It's certainly a lot of interesting possible lines right now.
Oh, absolutely. I don't even know if my line is correct.
Exactly.
I don't even think it's the correct line, if I'm being honest.
I'm usually able to quickly figure out, what's ideal here. And this is like a super, super tough spot right now.
Oh, 100%.
Okay, she's just going to jam. But this Vivian's going to really punish that. Yeah, that was interesting. So I'm assuming Vivian comes down. Ooh, it could be Yorian, though. Ooh, it's a Visionary. Wow. So another setup turn.
Well, he needs to find this 5th land here. If he can't find this 5th land, there it is.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, he could make the food from the goose, I was thinking.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
But, yeah, that is next turn.
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah. Make food. Yeah, and Voxi can go Cling here, draw a card, get rid of a Trail or Casket or anything she wants. Nothings are in the bin. I'm actually wondering how many cards is left in the bin for... how many cards are left in the deck for Aaron here? Quick sec. I can find that.
It looks like a good amount. There hasn't been that much going on from Voxi. Here comes the Crab. The Crab's a little late. I think she's just going to try to go super... Oh, wow. She's going to draw. Which leaves... Oh, my God. She drew 4 lands.
Oh.
Into the screen.
Oh,
to the scream of the dismay. That is a lot of lands.
oh, absolutely.
You hate to see that. So yeah, this has gone south very quickly for Voxi. Not much he could have done besides, I guess, held on to that counter spell, but that's way in the past.
Oh, 100%.
That Scavenging Ooze would have just taken over the game, I suppose.
With the Rune Crab in play, though, Voxy's got a pretty good game plan going on right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the rune crab. I mean, I guess with the crab, if she chains some crabs together, that draw 4 lands might actually pay off. So that could be interesting. But this deck really the mill deck really punishes major drawing aspects of decks, and right now Aaron really set up, it looks like, to draw like a million cards.
100%.
With a Yorion, so it's going to be super interesting. Okay, another slow setup turn. Very interesting.
Casket got rid of... What did Casket get rid of there?
Casket took a Wind Robber, I believe, which got sacked.
Oh, right, because you can play Yorion, blink it, get rid of the Rune Crab.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, this is a pretty tough spot for Voxy to be in.
And just to remind everyone, this is the upper bracket, so
yeah,
the winner of this game will go on to play Brad Nelson, who has just been an absolute tear.
Did he? Yeah, we watched this match. He won.
Yeah, he beat Jim.
Yeah. Genesis Ultimatum. What a silly Magic card. But if Voxy manages to pull through, I think she can contest against Brad fairly easily. I was talking to him before, and Rogues is not a good matchup for Brad's deck.
Yeah, that's probably the worst matchup for Brad I could think of. The tons of cheap counter magic and pressure is basically what the Teamer ramp deck does not want to see. Yeah. So I don't know. It's looking pretty rough right now for Voxy. I can't see how many cards are left in Aaron's library, but I mean, she just has a zillion lands. Roughly 1 zillion.
A non-zero amount of lands.
Yeah.
Opting to go killing the Yorion here. She's in such a tough spot right now.
Mm-hmm.
I do not envy her position, because you have to... you really have to find a way to get back into this game. And the Ooze has gotten rid of a lot of things from her graveyard. She doesn't... The Rune Crab's underneath the Glasket, so you can't even bring that back with Luris.
Yeah,
or Thieves Guild was exiled by Scooz earlier in the game. You got a fistful of lands. Your best plan here is probably just playing this land, cycling a Triumph, and passing the turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, drawing 4 lands off the end of the story was a pretty big dagger.
That's a top deck apparition.
Yeah. Slowly becoming one of the better cards in Standard is this apparition.
Aaron's kind of just got the cream of the crop up in his hand of just like, what cards shall I use to take over this game?
Yeah, you don't really want to give a player of Aaron's caliber this many options. He obviously a master of the Clover decks, which just had like so many decision trees. The odds of him making the optimal plays here are going to be pretty high. And Voxy with a handful of lands,
not what you want to see.
Basically no way to counteract anything he does, even though I guess he doesn't know that. But
is it argument to be made that Voxy should have sacked the robber there to see if she could find an answer to that apparition, see if she found a Drowned Lock?
Yeah, that could have been. She could be a little worried about the the damage coming in, but yeah, I can
Fair.
totally see your point.
In this spot, though, if I'm Aaron, you are in the spot here. It's like I'm in full control at this point. How do I lose from this position? Is what you gotta think to yourself.
Mhm.
What does Voxi need to do in order to come back and win this game? And so, opting to go for the chain web Arachneer instead of using any of the cards in hand, because he's got straight gas in his hand. He can play a Vivian and be uncontested. He can play quite literally anything he wants. But if he plays them in the wrong sequence, that could potentially cost him the match.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely in the driver's seat, though, especially with the perfect info that we have. We can really see that Voxy is like in desperate need to find like anything. I mean, the crab is.
I was unable to find out how many lands was in Aaron's deck, but I don't believe it's a lot. I'm pretty sure it's. I think it's about. I have to think with the arena animation, maybe like 15 cards left in library. I want to say with the amount of card draw been going, card selection with the trail, and then the milling that Voxy was able to do before.
Mhm.
Thinking about going Lurrus here. If Voxy does go Lurrus, she can go Lurrus, get Wind Robber, get a creature that she can just block, sack, draw. Be not too unhappy about that. There's an Agadeem's Awakening. That's not nothing.
I think Aaron runs 26 lands in his deck, so it's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out.
I'm very interested to see how this kind of pans out. Off the bottom it, that's fair. Doesn't have a lot going on. So, I think it might be a little bit of a mess up playing that Scryland, however. Because now you can't have the second Wind Robber.
Yeah, this is the classic Demir, make a wall and just try to mill them out with the old backup plan, I think.
Voxy taking a page out of Ashlizzle's book and building a wall.
Yeah, basically,
get the wall going.
Basically, all you can do in this spot, facing almost infinite resources by your opponent, all you can do is kind of go for this.
Can I just say for a second, for someone who has not practiced with the deck, done zero testing, took Aaron Jolter, someone who top 8'd the most recent Magic Finals, and into a game 3.
Yeah, no big deal.
Like Aaron, no big deal.
Yeah.
I just casually took one of the best players in the world to match point.
Yeah, I think that this speaks a lot to this mill deck. I believe Seth Manfield was one of the first people to play it at a major tournament. Yeah, and
I believe he also top 8'd that.
Yeah,
he top 8'd. I think Aaron top 4'd, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, Aaron was in the finals of the PT finals with his Clover deck. So
right, he was in finals. My apologies.
Yeah, he told
the finals. No big deal.
No biggie. But
the PT finals, also the PT finals.
But Voxy is definitely showing her skills here with the constructed format. Just like being able to pick up this deck and play this well speaks a lot to her skill set.
I'm a firm believer that playing limited is infinitely harder than playing constructed. There's so many more things you have to think about in limited, and that translates a lot to being able to play constructed well.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that right in front of our eyes right now, where she's playing this match your absolute hardest. She knows what her win con is, and that's putting Aaron's deck size from 60 to 0. And drawing it into the story is definitely a way to get there.
Yeah, I mean,
and an
this is where Agadeem's Awakening is pretty wild. I think
underneath the casket, though.
Yeah. And no Brazen Bar is in this list, I don't believe.
Did you Agadeem's Awakening for 1 just to get a crab?
Yeah, depending on how many cards are in Aaron's library. The Into the Story is, I mean, it's something, but I mean, you're only getting one? You're getting one creature back from this Agadeem's. I think the Soaring Thought Thieves were taken care of. I'm not 100% sure.
There's notified that there are 23 cards left in Aaron's library.
Okay, yeah. So the mill. Oh my goodness! Even
Oh no!
that's so many lands. That's a lot of lands.
That's so unlucky.
So 2 into the stories have yielded 7 lands, I believe. So that might be the tale of this game.
Okay? So here's a thought. Do you feed the swarm the? What just happened?
Uh-oh. Something bad just happened.
Why did Arena just pass her turn?
Did she run out of time? She has no time left in her timer.
She timed out. Oh no!
Oh, she's probably just dead. Yeah, she just said she timed out. I could read her lips there. Yeah, that can happen. The chess clock. The chess clock is super
5,
real.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's lethal. If Aaron makes food with this guild geese, that's lethal. Oh,
I think drawing that many lands will cause anyone to make a bit of a misstep like that. You know,
because I'm willing to bet if Voxi went feed the swarm, get rid of the Arcanist, you get a 4/4 illusion, you play the Wind Robber, you're not dead here, and you have, and your next draw was a Rune Crab, she was probably in a good position to claw back from that game.
Yeah, but hey, she made it up to bronze 4, which is a good.
She took from bronze 4, taking on a PT finals finalist to game 3.
Yeah, you know, that was a tough way to end the match, but it really showed you how strong, you know, the mill plan can actually be. Like she was still in that game, which is wild.
Alrighty, we're gonna be right back after a quick, short few messages. Is from the Degrees of Madness campaign, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go away. We'll be right back after this with more Magic the Gathering.
Hi, my name is Lindy, and I'm the keeper of arcane lore and knowledge on LFM's Degrees of Madness show. It's a Pulp Cthulhu show, but we're not focusing super hard on the Lovecraftian side. It's definitely there, but we've also got fun things like, I don't know, werewolves, vampires, maybe a little Celtic mythology, Norse mythology thrown in. You'll have to tune in and see. But if you like comedy, it's basically a comedy with just a nice little dash of horror, definitely check it out because it is disgustingly hilarious and at times horrific. So be sure to tune in to Degrees of Madness to see what mayhem the players unlock next and what horrors they discover.
Hi, everybody. My name is Cucumber, and I'm playing Benji on LFM's Degrees of Madness. And Benji is a sweet kid, as is like, you know, his foray into college is so that he can meet new people and make true connections and really try to continue to bury his deep, dark secrets down into the world. But also he's looking for love. And it seems like everyone else in the universe is also looking for the exact same love that he found. So he's got a lot of stress in his life. So he's kind of on the edge of a knife right now. Go one way or the other way. Anyway, Benji is really excited about and passionate about art. So he likes to communicate through art because when he touches people, weird stuff happens. Make sure you tune in to Degrees of Madness on LFM because we're adorable.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Whew, that was such an insane match.
Yeah, that was a lot.
And just a quick reminder, everyone, that after today's stream, and we will be featuring a episode of the newest Degrees of Madness, and it will also be featuring a Floopy Minx, who is a fantastic Magic Gathering streamer and a fantastic human being. So you all should definitely stick around to watch that.
Yeah, sounds super exciting. Definitely gonna check that one out.
Alrighty, just give me a quick second. I'm gonna let our 2 feature matches know that they are should be good to go whenever they are ready.
Yeah, and just to recap the results, we have Brad Nelson and Aaron Gertler facing off in the upper bracket finals. The winner of that will, of course, advance to the grand finals. And the lower division, we have Jim Davis playing Jana Amari and Voxi playing Oliver Tu. Those two matches will have the winner play in the loser or lower bracket finals, and then the winner of the lower bracket finals will then play the loser of the upper bracket finals. So got a few more awesome games to look forward to. Hopefully everyone's having a good time and enjoying the festivities here.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around that last game. That
was a lot.
That was so close for Voxi to come on top of that.
Voxi drawing 7 lands out of 8 cards might have shook her a bit, as it did
absolutely. Me. That was insane from both players, and kudos to Voxi for being able to put up that much of a fight. It was absolutely insane from her, and against Aaron Jolter, no less. And our finals, this finals is stacked. We got Aaron Jolter versus Brad Nelson, just insane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2 incredible players. Not surprising to see them doing so well. The lower bracket is also extremely interesting still. Jana is, of course, playing Jim. They played in the earlier round. They do have a rematch there. And
that's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, that could be a good redemption arc. And Voxi is playing Oliver, which is going to be Demir versus Golgari midrange or Adventures.
Who's favored in that?
I
want to say Golgari is due to how much removal it has, but honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's a really tough one.
I think it could easily be I think it's 50-50 for both sides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the Golgari deck is able to get a lot of threats down early, so if that's able to happen, there's going to be a really good game. But as we saw in the first game, the Golgari deck can kind of get stonewalled by all the chump blockers.
Oh, absolutely. I think I think the biggest strength of the Rogue Mill deck is that you're really at the mercy of your draws, and the mill deck can either mill you to your gas or mill away your gas. And you don't have an option or say on what you get. You're just given whatever the dice gods give you. So you can be like, I have milled 3 cards and I don't need more lands. And oh, hey, look, you milled 3 spells and I'm going to draw a land now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it can add up very quickly. I think it really depends on if the Golgari deck is able to set up, in time, or if the disruption of the Demir deck is able to kind of counteract that. Yeah, Jana is playing against the Bant Ramp deck of Jim Davis with her Azorius control deck, which I think classically the ramp decks are a bit favored.
I believe so. I think, is Jana running a more control heavy build, or is she running more blink heavy?
I think more control. There's main deck shatters, lots of interaction, but the blink decks are kind of blurring that line in between control and the combo Yorion setup that you want.
The list I top-rated Bash Bros yesterday was, I won't lie, I stole it from Gory. It was a lot heavily favored on the blink plan, which is a great plan. It does not have a good Rogues matchup.
Yeah, Rogues is secretly becoming one of those decks that just has a few really, really favorable matchups, and it seems like its bad matchups are kind of getting pushed out.
Oh yeah, well, especially with the green-white deck pushing out the red-black decks, because the red-black decks just have such a hard time against against all the blink decks. Like the green-white and the blue-white, it just has such a hard time because they just run main deck Casket, they run main deck Skyclave Apparitions, there's ECDs in there. Like, the red-black deck has such a hard time, and so the Rogues deck is coming in here and being like, I got nothing to deal with anymore. My worst matchup's gone now.
Mhm. Yeah, it's definitely this cool little dance that's going on in standard right now of what's falling in and out of favor, which I think is a sign of a really good meta in my humble opinion.
Oh, I will further agree. I think a sign of a very good meta is when we have so many decks that are all viable.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Yeah.
think that's a sign of a fantastic meta. And Brad, unfortunately, having the unfortunate sign of a good old arena crashing. But
Yeah,
looking like
we've all had to deal with this before. The mismatching of the direct challenge, etc., can be a bit cumbersome.
even the top level players can mismatch in direct challenge, ladies and gentlemen.
Just for your viewing pleasure. Pretty interesting.
Alrighty, Brad winning the dice roll. This is a hand.
This is the first bad hand. Ooh, 2 bad hands we've actually seen from Brad.
I'd keep that. I don't hate it. I don't like it.
They don't have like the threat and answer diversity that his last 2 matches we've seen have had. So it's definitely a lot slower, but you know, against this Selesnya Yorion deck, I think it's okay to keep a slower hand also.
That's perfect fair. Like the Celestia deck isn't going to be beating you down as quickly as say like the Rogues deck or as Ash's mono green list, which to be perfectly honest, I honestly think that Ash was favored in that matchup. She just got so unlucky.
Yeah, I think that was possibly her best matchup in the entire tournament and got just incredibly unlucky. Which you hate to see, but it happens. It's part of the game.
As per usual, Brad getting his Lotus Cobra immediately dealt with and then drawing a fresh new one. Arena's just like, here you go.
That's a top tier skill level play. You know, just drawing the card you need immediately.
It's kind of like the Scribe. When you're like, you tempo, be like, oh, I don't need this card. Draw another one. I just bottomed you.
I could have sworn I put this in the bottom, but you know, the game has other plans for you sometimes, which is a great thing about this card game.
Oh, 100% agreed.
So we're getting a scry from Aaron here.
Scrying gamer.
Aaron has leaves on top.
Ooh, that can deal with this terror if Brad decides to play it. If I'm in Brad's shoes, I honestly just want to go. Can you go Cobra, Cultivate, Beanstalk? I think you can, because you go Lotus Cobra, play Fatal Passage, Crack Passage, get 3 mana, Cultivate puts a mana into play, you get there. I think you use 1 off? No, then you tap Visionary. No, so you can play all 3 cards, but opting to go not just explode out all of his stuff, opting just to go Terror, and unfortunately, this is going to get not dealt with immediately, but goodbye to the Visionary.
Yeah, that's this is another setup play clearly, but
this is a little unlucky, honestly. Being unable to play Cobra first and then having to cultivate here.
Yeah, this is the first sign of trouble with this teamer deck. You know, having the clunky starts is really where the aggro decks is able to punish you. But you know, the Selesnya Yorion deck is not an aggro deck by any means. So
it's not an aggro deck, but it when it hits you very hard.
Yeah, it's gonna take a bit for the hitting to start here. What is it? He's got a 2/2 out. Brad's really thinking about these lands.
He's got to think about them because if you hit those, so Lotus Cobra gonna trigger the Terror, get rid of the Prince. Gonna smack Aaron for 5. Here's attack coming back. Unable to draw the nope. Yeah, it does get the 5th land. There's the ECD. Here goes Terror. So if Brad draws, unable to draw that Genesis Ultimatum. Brad has to think if he wants to play around the possibility that Aaron has a Yorion in hand and can blink his entire board and get rid of everything that Brad sets up. Going for the fertile footsteps.
Yeah, it looks like Brad's kind of just being forced to spew everything out here, which...
Not a good position if you're in Brad's shoes.
I mean, he is set up right now to draw an ultimatum. Yeah, he can cast it, so...
Yeah, he's got 7 mana exactly. Unfortunately, I think this is going to spell pretty much disaster for Brad here. If Aaron decides to deploy that Yorion, Brad loses basically everything.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, he can't even cast the Genesis Ultimatum due to the ECD.
True, yeah, the tax effect. I forgot about that.
Opting to go for the Henge line, though, instead of going for Yorion here.
Coggle
is fair.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, it's all good. Go for it.
Yeah, Coggle is not a bad draw, too. It does, get some type of clock on the battlefield.
ECD can only bring back Charming Prince at the moment, which will be able to blink the Wicked Wolf or the Gilded Goose if Aaron wants to get more food. But if I remember correctly, the Henge is a ETB effect and not a cast effect, and drawing the Floral Hedron.
Yeah, that's the drawback of these ramp strategies. If you're not able to find a payoff, you're kind of just left with a bunch of dirtily things, because
I believe Pleasant Kenobia calls it being greenballed,
yeah.
where you just put everything out on the board, you just ramp into infinity, but you have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, that seems to be the case right now, because they banned a lot of the good payoffs with these ramp decks. So I mean, at least the work by Voxi is paying off a little bit here for the anti-rampers out there.
Coming up here now.
I mean, this Great Henge is just going to take over. Let's be real.
A little bit.
Let's be real here.
These just free roll this Henge, and they don't really need it due to just how much value they can generate. But since they can play Henge also, it's the amount of value you can get is insane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's only a one of two.
Yep. It's like usually a 1 up to 2 up, if I'm remembering correctly.
Mm-hmm. So that's good work by Aaron drawing that 1 of.
Well, that's why you play 1 ofs. You play them to draw them.
Yeah. It's also a permanent, which is not, which is a good combo with the trail. So
2 mana to give it indestructible. He does.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he gets to bounce that.
Good lord.
Oh, Brad's in such a rough spot here. He needs to top deck an ultimatum here. If he does not top deck an ultimatum, he is in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, but ultimatum literally gets him back in the game if he hits well.
I think how Brad wins this game is he needs to go ultimatum, hit either Ugin to kill everything but Henge, or to hit. He needs to go hit Terror plus double Beanstalk Giant plus another Terror, I think.
Ooh, and a mountain is.
Everyone loves a good mountain.
Mountain is not going to do the trick, it turns out.
Except for Brad, I guess.
And just playing the 1/1 to counter all of this value is going to be a quick scoop, I believe.
If Aaron plays that in Maria's Call, it's basically game, I believe. He could also just dirtle around a little bit more if he wants. It just all depends on how much Aaron wants to play with his food.
Yeah, basically infinite options right now for Aaron, and
the world is his oyster.
A 1/1 for Brad. This is not looking great.
One world against the world. You can do it, little buddy. I believe in you.
Yeah, even Ugin doesn't get rid of Henge, which is just insult to injury.
Most definitely. Coming into it, though, looking like Aaron's going to go for a little bit more value, but Brad's actually, it doesn't really matter getting more information considering open deck lists.
Yeah, I think the only out here is ultimatum into terror, beanstalk, blah blah blah. Do a million damage. It would have to be like 2 terrors and a beanstalk or something like that.
Yeah. Brad currently has 2, 4, 6, 7. Can have 8 lands in play. Would be an 8/8. That would be 16 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. There's no food on the board, and I retract my statement.
Well, he's got to tap out, so he can't eat any more food, which is the only thing.
But he is going to draw a million cards.
Yeah, so this is the last turn, obviously, that they can possibly draw here. But it's interesting to see that that Aaron chose to not gain any more life.
He has the henge that he can gain 2 more life.
Oh, okay, true. Okay.
So, but that will put him up to 18. So that means that Brad needs to hit essentially godly. You already need to get a 10% chance, and that 10% chance just got sent down to a 5.
Yeah, at best. This is kind of a clinic right now, but Brad knows he's in the race for the money, so he's gonna wait it out.
Oh, absolutely. When you're in this position of winning a cold hard or at $500, you don't just concede.
Yeah.
One does not simply concede a game of Magic the Gathering.
Not when there's good money on the line, that's for sure. I mean,
oh, absolutely.
At F&M, I have not conceded for less. Let's put it that way. Okay, and another red source off the top. That's going to lead us to some sideboarding here. So what do we have? We have Brad has some negates. That's pretty much it.
Brad can bring in Dragonfires, Vivian. Vivian is also helpful in these sort of matchups because it brings in a couple more plays here. Aaron can probably bring in that extra ECD. Decides to bring in Source's Spyglass. Why do you bring Spyglass in for? Do you bring it in for Ugin?
Yeah, I guess Ugin. I guess Ugin and I mean, Aaron knows that the Vivian is on the other side, but so maybe Aaron will elect to not bring in his Vivian as a result.
Do you bring Chatter in?
Probably
just
not.
To be like if you live after an ultimatum, you shatter the board.
Maybe, yeah. That's a pretty. I don't know. I've heard that leaving in those crawlback cards when you're that far behind can be bad, but I can also see your point. It can bail you out of a situation if they run out of gas.
Mm-hmm. That's my only thought.
Mm-hmm. It makes sense.
There's also the idea of maybe bringing in some Scoozes just so then you can, get some life gain after you remove all this stuff. It's not necessary, which probably not needed then.
Yeah, Scavenging Ooze is an interesting one. It can, it's lost a lot of stock because of Uro leaving, but it can prevent some other shenanigans from happening.
Well, that's fair.
So what are we going to see here? Aaron is really thinking about this.
Yeah, both decks are incredibly hard to sideboard for because both of them have a mix of just non-creature spells that are incredibly important that you want to get rid of, but you don't want to commit negates to. But then they have a bunch of other, good creatures that you then need to remove, but then their powerful spells might then take you over.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree.
That's a hand. I don't hate it. It's also wishful thinking. Sending it back, that's fair. I'd keep this one.
These are tough, though. These have been some real clunkers for Brad.
That is the downside to these sort of decks, and opting to go for the Triumph here.
If he draws a land here, he might be fine. But it needs to be an untapped land, and it's not.
That's a visionary.
This Fatal Passage is only going to thin the deck of more lands, so he's got to be feeling terrible right now.
Especially when your opponent just goes Goose Trail. That is not a position you want to be in.
Yeah, that's a lot of resources to have to deal with already.
And top deck land?
Untapped land is a big game, though. Or pass the turn and be sad.
Oh, well, we've seen it against Brad so many times. It was bound to happen to him eventually one of these games.
Yeah, that's you hate to see it, but it
so if if you're in Aaron's shoes here, now you're just, my opponent just missed their third land drop. I need to advance my board state and take advantage of this before they're able to claw themselves back. And that's Shadow Skull smashing. That's a way to claw back.
Cultivate's just gonna kind of catch you up almost. So
Absolutely.
So this game is not over. Of course, Selesnya does not have counter magic, so you know that this Genesis Ultimatum is going to resolve in what, one turn, 2 turns. Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering, does Brad just, if you're in Brad's shoes, do you go Cultivate or do you go Visionary? Probably go Cultivate, right? Because your opponent has ways to deal with your creatures and they don't have ways to deal with your spells.
Yeah, the Cultivate guarantees the ultimatum, so I think you just have to jam that.
That's fair.
Because if Aaron is able to deal with the Visionaries, you're just, losing in the resource battle, and they're advancing their board. Wow.
No, that's perfectly fair. And yeah,
full aggro here as best
he knows he needs to punish Brad here. Brad probably just going to go for the double forest. I see no reason to be any fancy about this.
Yeah, this will be super interesting to see if this ultimatum's a good hit. I'm really interested to see if this Selesnya deck is actually able to crawl back from, such a huge disadvantage.
Oh, absolutely. Now, Aaron's in a not in a tough spot, but he's not in a spot he wants to be in, because Aaron knows that there's an ultimatum coming down next turn.
Mm-hmm.
The other big factor is Brad bottomed a Terror, but then immediately shuffled the Terror back in the deck. So the Terror can be found again.
Oh, yeah. And I believe there are 4 Terrors, yeah, so...
Yep, there's a total of 4, and I don't believe he boarded any of them out.
This could be a sick combo kill, potentially. Could also be 5 lands, but we will have to see. Okay, Glasspool Mimic is pretty good.
That's pretty hype. And here comes the ultimatum. What do we get?
It's a lot of stuff.
And second ultimatum as well to boot. That's not nothing.
Into the second ultimatum.
The other thing we have to think about here is that's all 4 Visionaries out of Brad's deck. So that's whatever potential dead draws he might have, those Visionaries, well, they're not anymore. So now Aaron has to think, all right, so how do I deal with this, and how do I... how do I forward my game plan with this? My opponent just cast an ultimatum. They got 4 permanents. How do I disrupt them while also forwarding my own game plan?
Yeah, totally.
I think it starts with casting this ECD on Beanstalk.
I mean, you're kind of forced into doing that. It's just like the biggest, baddest thing.
Mm-hmm.
But this second ultimatum, I mean, Aaron doesn't know that it's coming, so I mean, this could just be game after that. Like, the second ultimatum is going to put Brad so far ahead.
Here comes the Glasscat, getting rid of the Cobra, I assume. Could also get rid of the Visionary, but more than likely getting rid of the Cobra.
Because, like, yeah, you're 1-for-1ing right now a bunch of stuff. But, like, in the immediate future, this ultimatum is just going to slam 5 cards off the top of his library.
Absolutely. With the Vivian draw as well. And if Brad hits something like an Ugin, then Aaron's in a world of hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Incoming attack with the Wicked Wolf, going to be blocked by Brad.
Ugin would be insane here.
There's a land.
I think he's just gonna...
You have to cast it here, because you can't cast it next turn.
He's just gonna jam, and that's a lot of terrors. Look at him. He's so happy. He's dancing.
So he orders the trigger, so the Mammoth goes off first, because the Mammoth's going to be a 5/5. Yep, that's game.
Yeah, 20, right?
Oh, yeah, it's 20 on the dot, because it'll be 5/5 times by 2, then each terror will see each other, so that's 20 exactly.
Wow. That was a lot. That was a lot of damage. Okay, so he just went from missing his land drops to being almost certain to lose to just destroying this slower Selesnya deck. So that was really cool.
Its third land drop doesn't matter, still wins. Easy BBGG.
I think it really speaks to the power of Cultivate.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt.
It was kind of overshadowed by Uro a lot, but it's just such a fast way to build up your resources. Guaranteeing you drawing a land and putting a land onto the battlefield is just a lot.
100%. Now we go into a match point here.
Yeah, not surprising to see
Yeah,
this great
I'm
of
with
a,
Brad.
what's that?
I'm with Brad on this hand. I'm just
Mhm.
looking at this hand and be like, how greedy do we want to be? And with the keep there, I'm like, yeah, we're being max greedy. All right.
I did talk to Brad a little bit before the tournament, and he said he was bringing this deck specifically to target the Yorion piles.
That's
So
fair.
I believe this is going according to plan, as some might
Your
say.
piles don't have a lot of interaction.
Mhm.
And they also, again, like we just saw in game 2 there, their aggro plan is essentially non-existent. Unless a green-white deck wants to start playing Questing Beasts in the side.
Yeah, Questing Beast is always, just the go-to of am
I
I
don't have
losing?
aggro plan.
am I losing to slow decks? Okay, I'll play a Questing Beast or two. It should be fine. Okay, he's gonna name Ugin, which isn't very effective in this current hand, but I get where
Make ultimatums real awkward though.
yeah, I totally get where Aaron's coming from here. He's thinking very far down the line. Also gets the information. I always forget about that with Spyglass.
Yeah. Spyglass also giving him perfect information. So now Aaron has all the information that we have, minus a single mountain. Deciding what wants to go for, and he is going to go for the Kolga. He knows about the Tear of the Peaks in hand. So Brad opting to go for Visionary here. He could also go for... No, he can't. That won't be big enough. I was thinking about it. He could go for the Mammoth and keep Fatal Passage up to crack and give landfall, but that only makes it a 5/5. That can't block Kolga.
Yeah,
6
I think
mana in play, double green, double red, and he's got that apparition, but no second white, I believe?
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait to make the food until next turn.
Alright, now there's the Wicked Wolf.
So it's gonna clear the way for Kogla. This is a 2-turn clock.
So
Interesting.
if I'm Brad, knowing what my opponent just played, I think I'm playing Terror next turn.
Yeah, it depends on what Brad can draw here, but it's probably just Terror and pray that Aaron doesn't find a white source.
Well, even if he finds a white source, the Skyclave can't get rid of Terror. It's CMC5.
Oh, correct. I forgot about that clause. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Your opponent doesn't have a second white source. You have 2 cards in hand, so the only card you're scared of is just you're praying your opponent just doesn't get an ECD, have an ECD in hand, and if they have an ECD in hand, then you're praying they don't find the second white source. And if we have a Terror on board plus double ultimatum, that could be a very quick GG coming from Brad here. On top of the factor that if Brad does play the Terror, the only good attack that Aaron then has is just the Kolgla.
So yeah, I think. Oh wow, he's going for Shatter Skull.
Interesting.
But that's not enough to deal with.
Not what I thought to go for.
Yeah, it's not enough to deal with 2 things. So he's just going to take out the wolf.
He's respecting the possibility of ECD white source.
Which of course we know
isn't in hand.
Yeah, isn't a possibility, but obviously Brad is playing without perfect information, so decisions are going to be a little bit different.
If I was in Brad's spot, I'd probably the Shadow Skull is obviously the safe play. I would probably have gone for the greedier play of going Terror here, because if you get this Terror on the board and if it sticks, you're basically winning this game.
Yeah, he's just going to YOLO here with the ultimatum.
Needs to grab a green source or a blue source. Pops for the green. Goes ultimatum. What do we hit? If we hit a Ugin, we're going to be real sad. No Ugin, but that's a Beanstalk Giant. So if he had that Terror last turn, he would have won the game here. But since he only has the 1 Terror, he can go...
He can do a good amount still.
He'll have a 9/9 on board. The 9/9 can shoot and kill the Kogla. The Terror can, the 2/2 Terror can shoot away the Visionary. You can also shoot the Gilded Goose. Honestly, I'd shoot the Goose.
Is the Kogla able to gain indestructible?
Yeah, there's no human on board.
Okay, it needs a human.
It does in
If
fact
you
need human.
control. Oh, okay, I've never actually used that ability, so that's interesting. It's an interesting.
call.
Yeah,
You gotta return the lady to your hand.
Sure, why not? Yeah, I've never used that, so I'm a little flustered.
Oh, that's fair.
But now it's gone, so that's the end of that game.
Wow.
Unbelievable game that was. Wow.
Brad coming in with the win.
Super clutch.
That was great play from Brad. Congratulations to Brad. We do have a backup match, however, if we're to see some more Magic the Gathering, and I believe we're going to be heading over to Jana versus Jim any moment here. But that was insane match from Brad.
Mhm. Okay, so
All right.
we're coming in here to see Jana up a game.
Game 2 must be a Yorian deck.
Yeah, certainly. It's certainly a Yorian deck. But look at this hand. Jana's got 2 Essence Scatters, a Shatter, and an Apparition. No second white source, but
bolting herself to send a message.
Yeah. This hand is looking pretty good right now. Can deal with pretty much everything.
Jim's in a rough spot. He's only got a failed passage in hand and no 4th land drop. He can deploy the Questing Beast, but Jana has the Essence Scatter for it. If he deploys the Felidar Retreat, I think that's going to be his best option here.
Mm-hmm.
Opting forward, so there's second white.
So let's see, gems.
Opting for the Felidar Retreat. Jana doesn't have a negate for this.
She's going to be able to dig, though.
If she finds a white source, she can Apparition the retreat, and if she's able to Apparition the retreat, she will be in a good spot.
Absolutely. Ooh, she's not able to find one.
Bottom both, draws a card, finds second Shatter, not want to see. Maze Mind Tome, also not what we're wanting to see.
Man.
Now the question is, do you go... I'd honestly go Castle here and leave up Essence Scatter mana.
Yeah, I think the threat of Questing Beast is a lot to deal with, so... Although,
that's an Emeritus call.
Yeah, the Cobra is really doing a lot of work here, fixing the mana, I've noticed, too.
Oh, absolutely. Jim can go... Jim's thinking here if he wants to go Questing Beast or if he wants to go Gargoth. With the Emeritus call... Honestly, I'd probably slam the Gargoth.
Mm-hmm.
Because you want to use your mana as effectively as you can, and with the ability to get a 2/2 on the board as well, since you have the Felidar Retreat and was able to stick, Jana was not able to Apparition. All right, opting to go for the Questing Beast instead. That's fair. Prioritizing the Gargoth a lot higher than he is the Questing Beast.
Okay,
and there's a birth.
Going to be the second white source, which is super clutch.
Not exactly how she wanted to draw it. You'd much rather draw it than just find it off the birth of Meletus.
Yeah, better late than never is what you're going to have to go with there. Because the Shatter will be able to catch her up to parity, and then if she has time, obviously, she'll be able to get rid of the Felidar, depending on what order that comes.
Jana's down to 9 here.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, that's a pretty big blocker.
If I'm in Jana's shoes, I think I need to answer that retreat ASAP, so I'd probably just Apparition the retreat right now.
Yeah, this is where
Jim...
Oh, true. Jim has an Essence Scatter. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, actually.
I'd Essence Scatter this.
Wow, he let it resolve. He must have sensed a negate or a dispute. Wow. Did he mean to do that?
I think he did. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't, other than you want to go Healer's Intervention, X equals 2, get rid of the wall, get rid of the omen.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
Draws the land.
Yeah, I guess respecting the Yorion is the smartest play.
Guess it is, and then we'll probably play the Elvish Visionary with this mana. Because it was still holding up that 1 in a blue. Is Janet really going to Essence Scatter this?
I mean, you're cutting off a lot of possible draws, I guess.
I wouldn't have Essence Scattered that.
See, now this is interesting.
I'm not sure I like block guy there, but because you give your opponent a 4/4, if you shatter here, you give your opponent a draw now.
Yeah, this is just going to be running shatters, though, is going to be an interesting way to go about this.
Absolutely. Drawing a tap line there while not. That's an easy way to deal with the Gargoyle.
That is a huge draw. It's hard to overstate how good of a draw that was.
Janet is also on 12 minutes on clock, so Jim's secondary win condition is honestly the timer.
Wow, yeah. I mean, this is looking pretty good though right now. If she's able to untap, I guess Scooz is going to be a bit of a problem. But
Scooz will be a problem.
But the Yorion is looming as always, and this Maze Mind Tome is also going to help clean things up a lot.
Leaving an ECD on top as well for Jim here.
Mm-hmm. So you can eat 2 things, draw a card. Jim will be able to play the ECD as well through the tax.
Oh, 100%.
See if he's
There's a shatter too. Interesting. He can wait.
Excuse me. So
he's gonna make a 4 and draw a card here.
He's gonna draw the card. He's gonna lose his board.
I think he's fine doing this trade though. He draws the ECD here.
His whole
trades and shatter, and that I'm happy with that.
His whole turn is gonna be to get this ECD out of the way though, so it's not the worst thing in the world, I think.
Yeah, well, he did exile everything from Janna's graveyard, so she doesn't have anything to bring back with the ECD.
Okay, true, yeah. So this ECD is not going to come down.
No. ECD gets nothing. And
Yorion on an empty board is bold.
Yorion, if you have an empty board, I think that's just a sign of like, hey, I got a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah. She's going to scry.
It has been nice.
And then blink. Interesting.
And here comes the Yorion, going to let it resolve, blink the Maze Mind Tome. He does have the ECD for it.
Mm-hmm.
Opting to leave the island in hand. There's a Cobra to draw.
Yeah, I guess maybe Jim is saving the scatter for a Dream Trawler. Is the only thing I could think of.
You mean Jim?
Yeah, the only thing I can see Jim holding on to this scatter. He's like really cherishing his scatter, it seems like. And I think
he wanted to use the scatter for the Yorion, but then he drew the ECD.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Yeah. And the ECD is just the better answer for it. Now he can just hold on to this scatter again. He's in no position really to, need to deal with anything. Here comes an apparition. He can scatter that, but I don't think he needs to. Scatter doesn't get rid of ECD, it just gets rid of a 2/2. Oh, boo-hoo.
Yeah, this is just going to be a remove your thing past the turn, I think. Get to draw a card. Ooh, 2 4/4s is pretty dope.
Apparition, pretty good draw for Jim as well. Now the question is, I think I apparitioned the Maze Mind Tome and not the other apparition. Yep.
Yeah, you don't want her drawing that many cards. Now what can interesting. Now what can Jim bring back is the question.
There's a Scooz in the bin. There's a Elder Gargoyle that got sacrificed. There's Questing Beast.
Oh, okay. Questing Beast is
5/5 Questing Beast.
Questing Beast is certainly a good card.
And he drew another ECD.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
This just went from it looked like Janna was really favored to now Jim kind of just taking over all of a sudden.
Wait, did you miss?
Did he what?
I think Jim just kind of threw. Maybe not.
Not sure.
Because he could have ECD'd the 2/2 there.
Sure.
would have dealt the final 2 damage.
Yeah, there's a counter, I guess.
Yeah,
He's-
paying respect to the counter. Jana's was getting priority from the Vantress.
This is
But-
interesting.
And Maria's call...
This call will play around all the answers in Jim's hand. I mean, the Shatter does buy you a lot of time, though. Yeah, now you just got to pass. You get your scries, I believe.
There's a
Ooh,
negate. That's
negate.
huge.
Big. No,
There it
yeah, the 2/1 is something, but
Funny thing here. That Lotus Cobra is now a threat.
the Cobra is probably going to win the game.
Oh.
Oh, actually, this is tough. Yeah, I think that's just a game, unfortunately.
If she goes for this is... Yep, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that
That
negate,
negate draw was huge.
it was super, super fortunate. And then into the Banishing Light, yeah. All right, well, game 3 is going to be a tricky one. So let's see how they sideboard here.
Jim took out his trawlers.
Snapped it off, so we didn't get to
Okay,
see. We didn't get to see what was going in there. Oh, Jim's trawlers are out. That kind of makes sense. Jana has a Shark Typhoon, and Dispute.
Disputes.
Yeah.
Does on the draw? Yeah, I can understand why you want to take out a trawler.
Mhm.
I just think it's she's brought in Shatters, so yeah, I can understand taking out the trawler. That's a good hand from Jim and a solid hand from Jana.
Those are two openers.
She has a White Source in hand.
Yes, so it was the last card.
I see. Jim's definitely thinking about this hand pretty long and hard here.
I wonder.
I don't hate it.
He's probably just trying to figure out if this is proactive enough. You know, no double green. You have to deploy the Llanowar. This like obligates you into playing the Llanowar, or else you're super, super off curve.
That's fair.
And if he fetches for green with the Llanowar, that shuts him off from playing the Skyclave and the ECD. I've just realized. Right. So yeah. That is probably why he was tanking for so long.
That's fair.
Because right now he has really bad mana.
Mana not ideal.
The Visionary is going to help cast the Questing Beast that he just drew, though. So that was a good draw.
But Jana drawing an Apparition will put a thwart in that plan. Here comes the Birth of Meletus. Here comes that. There we go. Jim's hand, not drawing lands, but is kind of honestly pretty freaking stacked.
The one of Felidar, it's got a lot of potential, but Jana's making the smart play and cutting off resources. So,
Oh, absolutely. Your opponent has Elder Gargoth. You don't have an answer for it, so if you cut it off, you're in a good spot. Jim
drew a negate, which is not where you want to be in this part of the game.
Another negate. Oh.
Another negate. Oh, geez. Didn't see that until now.
Yeah, I had to discard the Gargoth.
Oh, wow. So if you're in Jana's spot, you're feeling pretty good right now. Sublime Epiphany. I've seen Gabe Nassif been messing with this card, and it just does so much. Like, it is just such a feeling of safety you have when you have this card in your hand. It really just ends the game on the spot.
Definitely.
The second you cast it with any type of board presence, and I think this is another miss land drop.
It is.
It's a Cultivate.
Cultivate, not terrible.
It's not terrible. It's going to get him up to 5 lands. but it might be a little too late. This Epiphany is going to really mess things up.
Oh, most definitely.
I had spent a good amount of the season before this one messing around with Sublime Epiphany, and it is so unbelievably good when you have just anything on board.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Sublime Epiphany, as long as you got the mana for it, like, the card's insane. Now, Jana's got the opportunity here. She can just hold up the Sublime Epiphany and ruin Jim's day, or she can just go Solemn and accelerate her game plan.
Yeah, this is a really good looking spot right now for Jana Amari. We're gonna see. I'm assuming this Sublime Epiphany come down and just ruin everything for Jim, and just absolutely catapult her just unbelievably far ahead. I wonder if he's trying to figure out if he can double spell here, because he does have negate backup. Certainly some interesting choices for Jim. It's tough. I guess Questing Beast with negate is like as good as it gets.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
you can't really do much more.
Oh, I forgot about the Yorion in hand. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
The Yorion in hand is going to be a lot. So this gets negated.
Which is going to be pretty good for Jim here. Getting also a land drop as well.
Yeah, it's pretty good, but it might not be enough, because this Yorion is going to come down. It's going to remove the Questing Beast. It's going to draw her 2 cards. It's going to do a lot. Assuming that she plays this Omen before.
Oh, 100%. Here goes a Skyclip. That's an Apparition. That's fairly huge. So Jana can go Apparition plus Solemn here. Accelerate her mana. Get rid of the Questing Beast. She could also just go Yorion if they want. So there's the Omen now. I'm going to come down. There's a Prince. That's really huge.
Prince Loop might be too much to deal with.
Unable to get the Prince Loop going right now, but she's got this value engine set up.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily for Jim, he does have the ECD in hand, so he can break up the loop.
Yeah. I think the problem with breaking up the loop is that it's a huge tempo play for your opponent. Like, you're taking away this one not very good threat because it's already done its work.
No, that's fair. On the upside, though, if Jim top decks into an untapped land, he can ECD plus hold up negate. That's a Vivian. Ooh, a little unfortunate.
Yeah.
We also have to note, when Jim missed his land drop, he discarded an Elder Gargoth. So there's an Elder Gargoth in the bin that he can bring back.
Yeah, very good point. The reanimation of Gargaroth is certainly not something to scoff at.
Gargaroth is a big boy.
Yeah, it's a chunker.
And a pain in my butt.
Yeah, from horribly unplayable with Teferi around to one of the better creatures in the format is no joke. So we're gonna get a scry here from Jana. Pretty interesting choices here. Swinging in with the Skyclave Apparition.
Charming Prince potentially going to blink the apparition. I wouldn't blink the apparition because you gave your opponent a 4/4 that way.
Wow,
I'm opting to blink it anyway.
Go for it, and you just can only target the Visionary here.
She's going to leave up the negate mana. Get rid of the Visionary. Oh, right. They were able to hold up negate mana because of the Visionary. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Right.
So now
negate does cost 4 mana now, so she has to commit fully to it. If I am Jim here, I think I'm deploying Apparition.
Yeah, this is about to get. This could get pretty dicey for Jana really quick.
He could also deploy the Felidar Retreat, but he doesn't have any lands to go off. I don't like deploying Vivian here due to the fact that you don't have the ability to protect the Vivian with your negate.
Yeah, he can only protect the Felidar, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he could play the Skyclave, but it doesn't really do much. Same with the
Skyclave
Cobra.
could get rid of the Skyclave so you can stop your opponent from blinking, but then unfortunately Janna has a back one in her hand. We also have to point out on the clock, Janna's at 4 minutes.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's a minor detail.
If Jen wins this match, Janna can't win game 3.
No, this is game 3.
Oh, this is game 3? Oh,
Yeah.
never mind then.
Yeah.
Right. Janna's on 4 minutes, and she's got to find a way to close out this game.
4 minutes is definitely pretty important here. Because she has like 0 aggression going right now.
The deck has 0 aggression, period.
Yeah. You're going to need some Sky Noodles off the rip here.
I believe, did Janna leave Trawlers in? I couldn't tell.
It was a really quick sideboarding, so I'm not sure.
She was like, okay, well, I wanted to commentate on what you boarded in, but okay, fine then. That way.
I think, you know, the old flood versus screw adage comes into play here. Jim was stuck on lands for a while, kind of built up his resources in his hand, and slowly... so many answers.
Like we were saying before, if your opponent's ever screwed, well, if they get mana, which Jim found, you know there's nothing but gas in his hand. And here comes a Gargoth.
Yeah, here comes the Gargo. It's a 7/7.
And so here's the next question. Do you deploy the ECD to get rid of the Solemn?
Doesn't seem worth it. But it's also... it's really tricky.
You can also go Lotus Cover here into Failed Passage. Jim can also just like bait out the interaction spell that Janna has with the Felidar Retreat. Mm-hmm. Or he can even save it because he's got the Failed Passage. And the question is, does he want to save it? Because I don't think he's really hurting if he leaves this to resolve. Then he's got a negate for something else.
The amount of cards that Jim has right now is kind of just... it would make me want to just use this negate, although he's probably worrying about a second negate or a dispute.
That's fair. Opting in for the negate. Yeah. Oh, because now with the retreat, he's got Failed Passage, puts counter on everything. Everything's going to get huge.
Mm-hmm.
This is huge for Jim.
Super tough. I think this is Wrath or Bust territory now.
Love it. Double blocking the 4/4. Janna's got an Omen on board, so she can sack. This is the problem with Apparition that I commented on play, which is the reason I don't really like the Yorion deck that Janna's playing. Mm-hmm. She doesn't have a way outside of Glasket to really deal with the tokens that you give back your opponent. That's why I really enjoyed with the deck the list I was running, the Barons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen some lists with and without. Ooh, Shatter this guy.
Gosh, huge.
That's a big draw. But yeah, I have seen some lists running the Baron. The Barons, so that is something to consider in the future. These Apparition tokens can really add up after a bit.
She's wanting the land. Why are you wanting the land? So Janna can go Shatter, get rid of the Felidar Retreat now, which is going to be huge. On the downside, she's got nothing in hand. I still am questioning why she wanted the land, though.
Sure.
Does she think she needed it to cast everything?
Possibly, yeah. I'm not 100% sure on that. But, yeah, this is looking... Jim has not drawn, like, any lands. And he's just drawn only gas, if you haven't noticed. So,
oh, yeah. It's huge.
This has been pretty wild. Pretty wild swing here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he basically...
It's a
he basically just rebuilt his whole board after being decimated here. It's not really what you want to see. Another shatter. It's definitely what you want.
You would want an ECD, though. You need to get rid of the Vivian.
True. Yeah, good point. Yeah, because then you just get back the 4/4.
Yeah, because she's getting really punished for not being able to... for not getting that Omen. And there's a Visionary on top of Jim's library. There's an ECD that he's going to draw. This just spells bad news bears for Janna.
Jeez, he's drawn all the ECDs too, which has helped a lot.
Don't play 4 ECDs to not draw them. which is the unfortunate truth. Opting to not ECD the apparition away, just opting to just send the boys in. Janet is forced to block. You get a 4/4 now, so yeah, fair trade. Now she needs a shatter. Those aren't not shatters. That's an apparition. That cannot deal with tokens.
Yeah, it's a really tough draw there. Okay, we got Brad coming in with the raid here.
Oh, thank you, Brad. We're just watching, I believe, one of the few matches left. And yep, here comes the ECD down. And that's going to get rid of the apparition, and that is going to be lethal. Well, just got confirmation that this is, in fact, the last match, and unfortunately, Jim comes with the win.
So,
oh, give me a sec. We might actually have one more match coming up. Oh, never mind.
So
Alrighty.
are we all?
Yeah, I believe we are all finished with the day. I believe that is all matches now, if I'm remembering correct.
No, I don't think that's all the matches of the day.
We have one more.
I believe we have Jim versus Oliver.
Right, losers bracket.
And yeah, the winner of that match will play Aaron, and then they will play Brad after that. So
Alrighty.
Still got a lot of action to look forward to here.
Oh boy, there's going to be some heckin' amazing games.
So I believe we're going to jump over to Oliver and Jim as soon as they're able to queue up.
Alrighty. Alright, we're just getting everything set up. That game was insane. Holy moly.
That was a lot.
That was a lot of things going on there. And Jana coming in with the raid. Oh boy. Everyone coming in here.
Hey, welcome. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Jana, for the raid. Much appreciated.
So, yeah, just getting everything set up here.
Alrighty. Awesome. Now, these have been some stellar matches that we've been watching tonight. All players have been. I've been thoroughly impressed with all the power, with all the skill that all players have been displaying tonight. Like fantastic. Everyone's so good. Really inspires you to just get better as a player and to try getting your best and play some of these events and in the future. Alrighty. All right, we will be cutting to an ad next, but don't go away. More Magic the Gathering and games will be coming up right after this.
Hello, my name is Noir, and I play Rupert on LFM's Degrees of Madness. Rupert is a troubled youth, and you should come check him out to see what he allegedly sets on fire. He's not passionate about anything and doesn't like to be told what to do, unlike you, because we're telling you to check out our show, so do it, sheep.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chunk, and I'm playing Doug on LFM's Degrees of Madness. Doug is a very naive kid with a lacking life experience, but he's looking forward to being in college, you know? And he might just get himself into a little bit of trouble, and he might get himself into some love triangle situations, if you know what I mean. Make sure you guys check out LFM's Degrees of Madness to find out what kind of heroics Doug's gets into.
everybody. My name is Cucumber, and I'm playing Benji on LFM's Degrees of Madness. And Benji is a sweet kid, as is his foray into college is so that he can meet new people and make true connections and really try to continue to bury his deep, dark secrets down into the world. But also he's looking for love. And it seems like everyone else in the universe is also looking for the exact same love that he found. So he's got a lot of stress in his life. So he's kind of on the edge of a knife right now. Go one way or the other way. Anyway, Benji is really excited about and passionate about art. So he likes to communicate through art because when he touches people, weird stuff happens. Make sure you tune in to Degrees of Madness on LFM because we're adorable. Mwah.
And we're back. Alrighty, and just a reminder, everyone, right after the stream, we are going to be airing an episode of Degrees of Madness, so do stick around to watch that. It will be featuring Floopy Minx, which is going to be playing in next week's tournament. So a little bit of a spoiler there for next week's roster of Floopy being featured in that roster. That's going to be fun. We have a stacked players for the next week, so do look forward to that. We are right now just waiting on our next two matches.
Yeah, I believe we have Jim Davis playing Oliver 2 next.
Yeah. Oh, my apologies. My apologies to Snow that she's also in next week. These Degrees of Madness. Apologies. So y'all should definitely check those out because those are fantastic people. And I'm sorry, but those puppets are hilarious. I love them. Some fantastic good people that we got in those games. Y'all should definitely check them out. They're heckin' awesome people. All right. Cass, you know the status on our next match coming up soon?
Yeah, I believe we're just waiting for Oliver. Hold on, I need to make an announcement here.
Good. I think the biggest deck, honestly, the breakout deck of this tournament, it has got to be Brad's deck. Brad's deck is just. Turns out, Genesis Ultimatum is a really good Magic card. Who'd have guessed?
Yeah, still going pretty strong through all the turmoil that was the bannings. So yeah, we're just waiting on Oliver to queue up against Jim right now, and then we'll be able to hop over to that. Thank you all for bearing with us here.
We want to go over. I can go over Oliver's deck in a moment. I do believe he is running Golgari Adventures, which is a fantastic deck. Yeah, honestly,
he's an interesting build. He's running 4 Great Henge, which I think is a really good call. The deck kind of just overperforms whenever you draw that card, and if they can deal with one of them, I can totally see wanting a backup to always be on hand.
I don't know. 4 Great Henge just seems greedy to me. Of course,
really?
I'm not as skilled as Oliver too, but I can definitely see a world where you get a bunch of Henges stuck in your hand, and especially when you're drawing cards with Henge and you're drawing cards with Innkeeper. The Henge can be a bit clunky at times. Kind of like how Red usually runs I think they run 3 Embercleaves.
Yeah, I can run 3 or 4. There are those weird situations where you can flood out on your payoff, but I think
it's kind of like if I remember correctly, it's the same reasoning why Sacrifice decks in the past ran 3 copies of Citadel instead of 4, because you never want to hit multiples of those. Yeah, you don't want 2 6-mana cards stuck in your hand, and Henge being a 9-mana card really isn't that great when you got multiples.
Yeah. It combos well with Love Struck Beast. Like it's just such a good enabler. It's basically like an uninteractable Innkeeper, that buffs your creatures. And when you have an Innkeeper, from what I've experienced at least, when you have an Innkeeper and a Henge out, like you are just destroying your opponents with cards, and there's not a lot of hope to come back from that.
Absolutely.
So I can totally see the angle that Oliver went with there. Okay, it looks like Oliver is now ready. Just
right,
waiting on that.
Just checking out some other folks. And did you know that Aaron is currently rank 9 on the ladder?
Wow, I did not know that. Not surprising though. He's usually a pretty high rank up there. Spends a lot of time on Arena figuring out the best strategies, and since his beloved Clover got banned, I'm sure he's been playing even more.
Oh, absolutely. Man, I remember when I was in the top 10. That was good time.
The early in the season top ranking is always nice, but things get pretty wild as the month progresses.
Especially with this the meta changing so quickly. Alrighty. Looking like we're getting ready to head into the match here. We got looking from Jim's point of view. What do you think's favorite here? The Band deck or the Golgari deck?
I think Jim just noticed that there's 4 great henges. I can read his lips a bit. He was a little upset at that.
I don't blame him.
I think these ECD decks, that is probably what Oliver was gearing towards. Beating these decks with this main deck interaction seems to be at the forefront of his plan here.
I'm just trying to think, because if your idea behind running multiple copies of Henge is to counteract the ECD coming down, most ECD decks run Yorion, which means they're blinking the ECD. So again, I'm not as good as Oliver too, so he must have a game plan. If he just wants to see more Henge in, above average than you normally would, then hey, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Henge is a very good Magic card. Some would say too powerful. Others would say not powerful enough, and those people I think aren't crazy.
Yeah, Henge is, as we said before, is just kind of slowly emerged as the most powerful artifact by a good amount.
Here we see the say of the deck, Innkeeper into a Falmar Knight, drawing all the cards. And here comes an apparition. Goodbye, Innkeeper. Luckily, he does have a backup Innkeeper. There is the Order of the Midnight there. Opting to go just a hard cast Lovestruck Beast, though. If you're Jim, do you want to play the Feldar Retreat, or do you want to do a bit more setup? Because I personally am on the game plan of wanting to set up. You can take 6 damage and still be fine. But if your opponent... You can't do anything if your opponent slams a Henge next turn. That's the only problem. But if they do slam a Henge next turn, you can easily answer it with the ECD you have in hand.
Yeah, it's definitely a gamble here. Don't know what the optimal play is personally. I guess just setting up your defenses is a good call. This Lovestruck Beast is a clock.
A 4-turn clock, to be specific. Opting to block here. Not too sure if I like the block, but at the same time, you prevent your opponent, in theory, you prevent your opponent from being able to attack with the Lovestruck Beast later, but you give them a 1/1 with the apparition, so not ideal. Just block the 5/5. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, definitely being put on the back foot here. This has been a pretty great draw in terms of lining up with what Jim has presented. Oliver is really just asserting the game plan of the deck as effectively as I've seen in a while.
We do have the ECD, so we can go land, make a 2/2, and then get rid of the Henge. Next turn, we're then able to go Cobra Visionary, maybe play the Emeria's Call as a land, buff up the board, make everything into 3-power creatures. You have 2 blockers for everything. You're not in the worst position here if you're Jim Davis, but at the same time, you're not happy about this position because you still got this 5/5 to deal with. Your opponent's got a hand of 5 cards. You have no idea what they are. Luckily for Jim, he doesn't know this, but that's a hand of 2 cards and 3 hot ones, also known as lands.
Yeah, the engine has been established here for the green black deck. The aggression is out on the table. Don't know what can get Jim out of this. I'm gonna take a look at the list here.
I mean, he's got his Feldar retreat, so that's one way.
Yeah, but is he able to generate enough land drops is the question. Like, one a turn is so fair. It's not.
There's cultivates in the deck, if I remember
Oh,
correctly.
true. Yeah, good point. That was a little farther down the list.
Yeah.
Cultivate.
He's also got apparitions.
Mm-hmm.
Can help. I'm just quickly looking over the list right now. He's got 2 Vivians, which can also help. If you're Jim here, I think you're just hoping you can really draw about anything.
Yeah, this one's looking a little rough. A little rough for Jim here. Okay, another ECD off the top. Not really good against anything but the Lovestruck Beast. Not ideal. Things are just not really lining up well for Jim right now.
No, that's perfectly fair.
Plenty of he's got stuff to do. It's just doesn't have a lot of
a whole lot.
A lot of pertinence to what's going on with the green black plan right now.
That's perfectly fair. And if you're
it's gonna buff the squad, it looks like. Yeah, Oliver is just really applying the pressure right now.
Do you want to go counter or do you want to go 2-2?
I guess from Jim's point of view, the counter will help him deal with the Lovestruck Beast. That's my only thought here. Okay, get a free attack. He's gonna get the value. I think
that's a really good top deck of the Murder Rider.
I think Jim is mostly thinking about his sideboard plan, to be honest, right now, because this is looking really, really bad.
Oh, absolutely. The upside is that you are technically taxing your opponent's Murder Rider. It is 5 mana, but downside, you might lose.
Yeah, that is a bit of a downside. Okay, just free attacks coming in here. No good blocks, really.
You probably... All these attacks suck if you're in Jim's position. You kind of just have to chump everything. Because you can't deal with the flyer. You want to deal... If I'm in Jim's spot here, I'd probably...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either. It's pretty rough.
Hard. Probably you want to go Visionary Cobra onto the Scoos. That way you can block that and then just jump the cat underneath the beast and then take 3 from the 2/2 and the 1/1. Because you're not gonna stop.
Jim's just fading into the green screen. He's just going into the distance. There he goes. Jim's a really, really funny entertainer. Everyone should totally check him out. He's a extremely funny guy. And these are the circumstances you have to deal with sometimes when you're well acquainted with the streaming game. Because Oliver is basically just deducing what loses him the game.
Oh, most definitely. Jim just throwing up our hands, being like, what can I do?
There's not much you can do against this draw. Is what's become pretty evident. There's a lot of aggression and disruption, which is really what the Golgari deck is super good at.
Oh, 100%. So, oh, that's unfortunate, right? Because you got the ooze. So you can go Llanowar here, draw. Fabled Passage is a thing.
Okay, yeah. Totally forgot about Fabled Passage as being a way to get multiple land drops. So that is certainly a powerful one with Felidar Retreat.
Oh, definitely.
So this is if Jim is somehow able to stabilize, like the Golgari deck doesn't have a lot of reach outside of these Order of Midnights.
Oh, 100%.
So, I mean, there is like a small glimmer now, I believe. There's just no catch-up mechanic. Like, there's no Wrath or
It's not the main.
Yeah, there's no Wrath or what that Ondu's inversion, the 8-mana planar cleansing. There's
like 9 mana, I think.
Yeah, I believe it's 8. It's a pretty far-reaching card, but it has come in handy for me a few times.
Yeah,
I believe
there's 2 probably the Shadow of the Sky and the sideboard of Jim's deck.
So yeah, those are the only 2 cards I can really think of that they can catch him up from this point. No Settle the Wreckages here, luckily.
Oh, without a doubt. Obviously going to go for counter here.
Yeah, as Knack Shake says, without a board clear, things are looking pretty rough.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, that's going to be a scoop around here.
I definitely think this matchup gets a little bit easier for Jim after board, because he gets to add the Shatters, add the Drannith Magistrates, which do affect the Adventure deck because they can't cast from exile.
Yeah, the Magistrate is secretly really good sometimes when things line up well. It's tough to remove outside of what I believe there's like 8, maybe 10 removal spells in the Adventure deck, so not that many.
No, most definitely.
And killing a 2-drop isn't really a premium.
Both players now going over sideboards. If I'm in Oliver 2's plan, I'm probably bringing in more Bloodchief's Thirst, I think. Let me sort of quickly. Just give me a quick second. I'm going to take a look-see at the list of Oliver 2.
Yeah,
he's got 2 Bloodchief's Thirst, 3 Duresses, a Remorse. He's got the 2 Soul Shatters, which I'm very happy about. He can bring the Soul Shatters in because Jim Davis does have the Dream Trawlers, and so that's an easy way to round the Dream Trawlers.
Yeah. Besides having incredible art, Soul Shatter also is just a really powerful card.
I have my own Soul Shatter, and I don't think enough people are respecting the card enough. I honestly think it's pretty sleeper because it answers the 2 best creatures in the format right now. Those 2 creatures being Dream Trawler and Wicked Wolf.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and gets around both of them.
The sacrifice aspect of that card is pretty crucial. And I've been talking with some of my friends about it, and we've actually within the last few days just like started thinking about Soul Shatter like being included in these decks. So it's of course very on brand of Oliver to just be like at the cutting edge of this technology.
No, yeah, I remember I was talking, I think it was in his chat before, talking about, it was like, I think people should be playing Soul Shatter. And he was just like, I think you're onto something.
Yeah. No, totally. Like, it's these weird niche cards that start to emerge at this point in the meta because you're really trying to figure out, what lines up with what specifically rather than, the vague answers of like mono red just like being smorking and, like the removal piles that we saw with the Croxidex, just like vaguely dealing with everything. Now the specific cards are really starting to shine. The specific answers, rather.
Interesting hand. That's not real, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Keeping it. Jeez. All right.
This is pretty bold here on Jim's part. That is for sure.
Bold move. Cast see if it works out for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's totally see if this bold strategy pays off. I mean, I always forget that the Cobra can make 2 color mana or any color mana, so That is certainly a crucial aspect here. Let's see if Oliver can remove it, though, in time.
So we can now... Ooh, Jim's in an interesting spot. He can play the QB this turn. Yeah, there's the QB coming in for 6, smacking him down to 14. Oliver can just murder the QB here, but then he's going to have to go down to 12. Doesn't opt to do that. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, this has already been a super interesting match.
Absolutely. So here comes the combat, getting rid of the QB, goes down to 10 to do it.
Prioritizing the QB because his life total is in danger, obviously. But okay, untap white is pretty big.
I think you play the Amaria's Call here tapped. And then...
Yeah, this is going to guarantee the Gargaroth, which is
absolutely
which is huge.
And this is what I was talking about before with the multiple henges in the deck. Oliver is kind of stuck with these 2 henges in his hand, and all his creatures in his hand are 2 power. So that's a 7-mana green artifact in hand that he is not going to live long enough in order to do anything.
We need the Love Struck combo, or there maybe a QB or 2 in his. Oh, there's a Polukranos, so that is another enabler, I suppose. Okay, he's got some stuff in the sideboard too. So it's not just Lovestruck that's going to be able to enable this, which is pretty big. Okay, another land is not what you want to see. Facing down the Elder Gargaroth here. Which,
No, most definitely.
Okay, it's going to be met with a Murderous Rider.
Yeah, that's fair. Murder Rider, very good magic card.
I'll take losing 2 life over losing 6 in a card from Gargaroth.
Attack here. I personally wouldn't. Yeah, no point blocking.
I mean, it's just a free attack, basically. Like, they have
You're
to...
technically getting 2 life each turn with the life link, so you're racing 2 damage a turn. So if this keeps up, Jim will win that fight. Jim needs to top deck a blue source. If he gets that blue source onto the board, then he gets another blue source with the Lotus Cobra, and then Oliver's in a lot of trouble. Going to opt for the Second Order Midnight, and that's a Branch Loft.
That is so unfortunate. I mean,
how many blue sources is
he? Quite a few. 1, 2, 6.
So he's got 4 mysteries, 2 islands, so there's 6 blue sources plus the failed passages. So that's 10 blue sources in deck. He's currently not going to be able to keep up with this beatdown.
Yeah, this could be a quick one.
All depending on what happens here. If he can top deck this blue source, I don't think Oliver can come back from it.
Yeah, there would have to be some type of removal spell to tap down the Trawler or something like that.
Yeah, most definitely.
Is all I can think of to get out of that situation. But I mean, a Trawler has to attack 1 time pretty much, and the game usually ends.
Yeah, fair.
So interesting to see what Oliver goes with here.
I think if I'm in, it's a hard spot. I think I like going for Ooze here, because if you go for Ooze here, you can exile a creature from Jim's graveyard, and then next turn, you can actually just hard cast your Henge for 6. Not the best spot you want to be in, not the worst.
I wonder if Oliver might be worried about a Questing Beast.
Well...
Oh no, but the Murderous Rider would gain life, so that wouldn't be enough.
Can't block the
Yeah, but it could block the other creatures. So what I was thinking, like, Oliver might be trying to deduce whether or not he can die to a threat.
That's fair.
Is the only
Uh,
thing that's the only reason I could think of, at least.
We might be also debating if he wants to double spell here, but I think
Yeah,
I
because
think casting Ooze and exiling a card is better.
it is interesting to see why it's interesting to think about why he's pondering so much here. I think he's just really trying to look over the list and figure out whether or not something off the top can just kind of get him really quick, because this is a match that is worth a good amount of money.
That's fair.
You don't want to be out of the running here. Oh, that's just brutal.
That's so sad.
Yeah, the glass casket off the top is not a blue source.
Is not nothing, because you now stop the henge from coming down next turn, but
True.
he's in a rough. He can't actually attack here because he's forced to block the Murderous Rider.
Well, Innkeeper.
That's a very good draw for Oliver.
I have to block one of these.
Block, I think, or no, you have to just single block because you need the Cobra to cast a Trawler.
Yep.
Does Trawler save him here? I don't even know if Trawler saves him now. I don't think it does. So now he needs to top deck Shatter. As a turn Timber Symbiosis.
That is unfortunate, You really do hate to see that.
Fire it off. What we get?
Skyclave. Not going to do it.
Nope. That is so unfortunate.
So Oliver went with the aggro plan. He even got stuck with the 2 henges in his hand and was able to put enough pressure on to seal that deal.
Oh, absolutely. I was really unfortunate by Gem being unable to find a blue source. It's quite unfortunate that a lot of our matches just have unfortunately come down to people being unable to draw their lands, which it's variance. Magic is a great game because of it. If you wanted a game without variance, go play chess.
Yeah, that's the common adage we hear. You really want to maximize the skill, but sometimes the variance of the game can really come back and get you.
Alrighty, so we're going to take another quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with our lower bracket final of Aaron Jolter versus Oliver Q. And don't go away. We'll be right back after these messages.
Hi, everybody. My name is Cucumber, and I'm playing Benji on LFM's Degrees of Madness. And Benji is a sweet kid, as is his foray into college is so that he can meet new people and make true connections and really try to continue to bury his deep, dark secrets down into the world. But also he's looking for love. And it seems like everyone else in the universe is also looking for the exact same love that he found. So he's got a lot of stress in his life. So he's kind of on the edge of a knife right now. Go one way or the other way. Anyway, Benji is really excited about and passionate about art. So he likes to communicate through art because when he touches people, weird stuff happens. Make sure you tune in to Degrees of Madness on LFM because we're adorable. Mwah.
All right, and we're back, and I believe we got our next match already all set up. It looks like our players decided to pull a fast one on us and get started.
Yeah,
but hey, that's fine.
Aaron Gertler has been waiting around and probably is itching.
Being like, I want to play Magic. Let me win my money.
It's been what, like a week since he's won a bunch of money, so he's got a serious itch right now to
I want to win more.
To pad that bank account.
Yeah, I don't play that.
That's pretty funny.
I don't blame him either. Like these games have been awesome, and all these players have been top-notch players as well. I'm super looking forward to all these players battling it out, and Aaron definitely wanted to get a rematch on Brad Nelson.
Yeah, Brad a pretty suitable end boss here. One of the best players in the world, and really showing his deck building prowess right now when it comes to this pretty wide open meta as we've seen.
Oh, absolutely. Alrighty. These last two players, we're just getting them all set up now. Oh boy, all these players are so good. Can't wait to see these matches.
Yeah, this is super exciting. Like, this is, if you
We
like
got the
competitive Magic, this is as good as it gets. Like,
I don't think I've actually seen this matchup of Green Black versus Selesnya. Like, I've heard people talk about it, but I actually haven't seen it myself.
I have not seen this Selesnya deck even once. I mean, I've been playing a lot to get ready for this MIQ coming up. And
I had nothing against but this deck on the weekend, and that's when I fell from rank 4. Because people played this, and that was when I was playing Red-Black, testing it, and it just ate up my Red-Black deck.
Interesting. So I've been playing Red-Black as well, and maybe that's why not as many people have been playing it. Because I've noticed the mirrors have gone down substantially.
Oh, yeah. Because everyone's just like... The Red-Black deck is good, but I feel like it's become a lot weaker with the increase of the White Exile effects being added into the meta. That Green-White deck has just kind of blown up the meta. I had a firm grasp on the meta, and then that Green-White deck was introduced, and now I know nothing.
Yeah.
I'm like, I have a handle.
It only took a small amount of time for the Orion piles to figure
like, I'm complaining, but I love that. I love how a meta can just be like entirely just flipped on its head. Just be like, oh man, I had a good idea. I knew kind of what I was going to do, and just be like, nope, got nothing. It now knew.
All right, so we're gonna start jamming here as soon as Oliver is ready. He might be taking a little break. I think he took a little ad break.
To be fair. Oh, and the mismatch. You hate to see it.
Yep, of course. We are well aware of this this direct challenge.
You hate to see it.
But yeah, it can be worked through, luckily.
We'll have to queue him up again. How dare. Awesome. Thank you for the raid, James Davis. Fantastic gameplay as always. Look to see you in the future as well at any of our future events.
Super tough on that blue source, but
so unfortunate.
It does happen, unfortunately.
All right, let's look at these hands here. We got Oliver Chu with an Innkeeper, at Order of Midnight, Mammoth. Okay, can I quickly say that if you're playing adventures, you have to use the adventure art. I mean, come on.
Yeah, there's the adventure art is super fancy. I was super sad when Clover got banned because I have all the arts, so it's kind of a selfish reason to be upset. But I'm glad that some of them can go to use in this Green-Black deck.
Oh, absolutely.
It is a shame that Edgewell does not have one, though.
I know. I was kind of hoping that you'd think that one would, but
one.
It's not wrong.
It's so good. But all right, here we go. We have looks like Oliver's thinking about playing some tapped mammoths here in a long way. Oh, he might go with the ooze. I think the tap mammoth and Edgewall is probably your best bet.
Trail of Crumbs is probably the go-to, or the Glasket. Yeah, Glasket to get rid of the Innkeeper. I'm trying to think of who I want to give the initial advantage to game one. I think I want to give the initial advantage to the Green-White deck, simply based on the fact that I think it has a better game plan and ability to push its advantage a lot easier than the Green-Black deck. However, the Green-Black deck has more answers, but also I want to say, like, I think the Green-Black adventure deck can really struggle from drawing the wrong half of its deck, where you just draw too much removal and not enough adventure, or too many adventures and no removal. Like, sometimes you just don't have riders and you're just stuck with a bunch of Lovestruck beasts.
It's the classic mid-range struggle of, drawing a good mix of your cards is super important. Because if you don't, with this Green-Black deck, if you don't draw like the proper threats, like you just have a bunch of 1/1s doing nothing, or an Order of Midnight and a ton of removal spells, like some super awkward hands. But right now Oliver has a really good mix of pressure and removal, so he's gonna want to end this game as fast as possible, I think.
Oh, absolutely. So with Aaron getting the Gilded Goose out, so now you get the ability to have your draw engine online with the Trail of Crumbs. You have the Visionary. You draw another land next turn. You can easily get rid of the Skoos, get rid of the Order of Midnight, the Mammoth, whichever one you want, really. The world's your oyster, Aaron. Go for it. Go shoot for the stars. I mean, you don't have to. You already did shoot the stars, and you got there. Now, with only a Goose in the bin, you don't... Aaron can't really block anything here, which is a little unfortunate spot. However, yeah. So he's... Oh, wow, he's already down to 2. Ugh.
Yeah, the Selesnya deck is not the best at fighting aggression, I've noticed. If you don't draw your Wicked Wolves, especially.
Oh, he's holding up 2 mana so he can eat the food. That makes sense. I always forget dorks.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Visionary.
It's like, oh, my opponent only has 4 mana. I'm fine. Hina taps Llanowar Elf.
The Visionary especially is super sneaky because, it gets value right away, so you think you're done with it.
I just think it's a 3 mana 2/2 draw card.
Turns
out it's better.
It's very innocuous, but it's a super powerful card. Like, drawing a card, being able to provide a 2/2 body and ramp you is, nothing to scoff at.
100%. Now, Aaron's in a bit of trouble here because he's down to a solid 3 life and facing a bunch of cards on board. What is your out here, friend? That's not it. You're facing down 8 damage and with only 2 food on board, and that's going to be round number 1.
Super impressive start there for Oliver.
Take back what I said.
What would that be?
Green White having the advantage game 1.
Yeah. I think
I still honestly don't. I think it's probably 50-50.
I think this green black deck, when it's able to get its beaters out, it's like might just be the best aggro deck in the format. Like, I don't know a lot of other aggro decks that have good 1-drops, let alone 1-drops even close to as good as Edgewall Innkeeper. So typically, aggro decks have the super strong 1-drops, and I think this green black deck just seems to have really powerful cards all the way up the curve. Like,
absolutely,
you get 2 Edgewall Innkeepers out or 3 and play a Falmir Knight, and your hand is just completely stocked. Like,
I like to add in, Oliver is boarding into Soul Shatters again.
So this
against
card
the deck and against the deck with the Dream Trawler.
This card is slowly starting to emerge as a really powerful answer, I think.
Also, that art. I'm sorry. I can't get over that art.
The art is
I want to get an extended border of that card.
The other legitimate
Hello.
one, I think. I agree.
Hello,
But you
I'm
don't-
testing out the volume. What's up, everybody?
My only gripe. I don't know. I'm a player who loves my shinies, and I just love all my cards being shiny, whether they're digital or paper.
You do have your plethora of foils. I've noticed when I was watching last night. I'm a bit the other way. I just want packs.
Oh, that's fair.
We want packs.
When you play enough, you just have everything. So I'm just like, well, I got nothing better to do. Might as well get shinies.
I'm always trying to build new decks, so it catches up to me in my wild cards.
That's fair.
So we have a pretty clunky hand from Little Beep yet again.
Trail on 2, Skyclave on 3. It's not the worst in the world. I'm not happy with it. I'm not unhappy with it.
As an aggro player, I'm just like, if you can't deal with my 1 or my 2 drop, though, like, I'm so happy most of the time that this Cobra isn't going to be able to land right away because of the tap land situations, but typically that's usually how I feel.
No, most definitely.
Yeah, I do tend to think that this green black deck is more on the aggro side than mid range, even though it might look otherwise with all of the interaction and
without a doubt.
grinding. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
but I don't think you want to grind against this Yorion deck.
Ugh. I think you can grind. It's just
Can, but I don't know if you want to try to go, over the top of a Yorion deck. You're just able to have those turns where you resolve a 5-mana 4/5 and blink all your things. That just puts you so far ahead.
yeah. It's hard to grind against the Yorion deck in a spot like this.
I mean, Aaron's hand is just getting ripped apart right now.
Oh, absolutely. He does have the upside of having the trail, so he can just eat some food here, find a card, hard with the trail of crumbs. You're not in the worst position, in the best position. Visionary is perfectly okay. There's a Shatter also. You're feeling all right.
Shatter is huge. Everything that Oliver has currently is not going to even allow him to draw a card if Shatter is cast, so it's pretty ideal when you're looking from Aaron's side.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I believe we have a Rankle that's going to be coming down. I think modes you want to go with Rankle here are going to be discard sack. You could just go all three. I don't hate the idea of going all three modes right now with Rankle.
I don't know about the card. The card worries me. I always hate, if I don't have my opponent on a really tight clock, I hate when they start drawing cards, because especially a deck like this that really wants to see a lot of cards. I don't know.
That's fair.
It just
I think if you're ever attacking with Rankle and you're not using at least one mode, I think you're not getting your values worth, and I think you're missing out potentially. Even if your opponent, you don't want your opponent to draw cards, but you might be at a guess, I think it's still important to get that draw effect. Also, then Rankle's now dealing 4 damage a turn, so you're then accelerating that clock. It's definite argument can be made, but if I'm ever not activating at least one effective Rankle, I feel like I'm doing something wrong, or I'm not getting enough value.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. The Rankle is such an interesting card too. It's very fair, being that
it's the fairest polarizing symmetrical effect ever. And yes, I know that what I just said.
It's an interesting card. It being able to affect both players, you can really navigate into some interesting spots. So now we have a completely empty board here, which I have to assume favors the Yorion player.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, because
So there's the Gilded Goose. Actually, that's not a terrible draw.
No, yeah, I think the Yorion deck is just going to start to run away with it right now. Having the food, having access to the food, being at 23, I mean, there's not much you can do from an aggro point of view against this amount of resources. Double Yorion. I mean, you probably have to take the ECD here, but even
no, you take the casket because your opponent doesn't have a mana. Your opponent's stuck on 4.
I don't even know if you're that worried about the casket, though. You're just worried.
But the casket gets rid of your mammoth.
Gets rid of your mammoth, but if he draws a land here,
well, they're at this point anyway.
Buried.
You're at this point anyway. You might as well if we're playing this game of if you draw the mana or if you don't, but you need to accelerate your advantage somewhere.
Yeah, that's fair. Oof. Oliver's just drawing very poorly, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of... Do you force the block? Nah, this is only 7 damage. Aaron's not feeling that pressured. The amount of food that he's been able to draw has been able to mitigate this. That's the other problem with this Leslie deck, is you want to aggro it down, but it can just mitigate all your damage just by, even the mana-screwed state that he is now. Right now, I don't even think that Aaron needs to do anything. He can just play Yorion, blink Visionary, blink Trail, draw a card, get food, have blockers.
Yeah, you
opts to go for the ECD, but that's...
This is the Yorion trap you get stuck in sometimes, and Oliver has been through this dance many games, so he's out like a trout.
So going to game 3 here, If I'm Aaron, main deck Murder Riders makes me not like Vivian, but Vivian's such just a powerhouse of a card that I kind of want to add it in. There's an argument to be made to like trim down some Yorians, some copies of Yorian, and add back in like a single copy of Skoos.
The Orion's interesting. Like, it's super stabilizing, but it can be a bit slow on the draw. So,
Oh, without a doubt.
I can totally see your argument.
There's also a question of, do you bring questing beasts in? Because a lot of the cards from the green-black deck are primarily 2 and less, like for power toughness.
Yep. So Oliver's having a good think about this. He wants this money.
I don't blame him. He won the last one. Well, it's just, why not win another?
Exactly.
Just like, just a clean what? Like he won $500 last time.
Yeah, another 500, I believe.
Let's like back to back. Just like let's get an easy grand, just like in a month, 2 months work, easy.
Not bad for playing Magic. Yeah, I would have to say. From the comfort of your home, no less.
Oh, of course. Didn't even have to wake up at 8 a.m. for this.
Yeah, just of course, of course, the winner of this match is going to have to go against the final M boss of Brad Nelson. So we don't want to be a little too hasty there.
That's fair. Brad also wants to win some cash.
Yeah, Brad is well acquainted with the monies.
Ugh. I is opting to bring in Plukernos. I don't hate Plukernos. It is a recurable threat. Issue is that it can get exiled. That's why I'm not also a big fan on it. I'm surprised that the Thrashing Bronodons aren't coming in to deal with the Trail of Crumbs or the ECDs. But maybe it's just not worth it to go for that plan of like that sort of Axis attack.
Yeah, it's a little too low it might be a little too low to the ground. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's fair.
This is a pretty good hand for Aaron here.
100%.
Solid looking curve. Let's see what Oliver's dealing with here. Ooh, I'd like to see Edgewall Innkeeper. Edgewall into Order of Midnight is not terrible. He's got the Blood Chief's Thirst as well. So he can go Edgewall into Blood Chief, get rid of the Goose. Not bad.
Goose is such a Goose is a must answer card. It's kind of funny how Goose has gone from being a must answer card back when we had Oko meta to being a non-threat to being, oh hey, this card's a threat again.
Yeah, the mechanic of food is just so strong, like
especially when it's the best food producer that we have right now in Standard. I think the only other food producer that we have is Witch's Oven, but there's no point to play that because we don't have Cat.
Yeah, and the fact that it's an O2 is not something to joke about either. It's a very good.
Doesn't
blocker.
Die to Spikefield. It dies to Bonecrusher Giant, but doesn't die to Spikefield.
Okay.
So you branch off. You can make a second white with this, right?
Yeah, you can make the second white. You can Skyclave something. Probably want to get rid of this this Innkeeper ASAP. Yeah.
I just realized Oliver's stuck on lands.
Yep.
That's highly unfortunate.
Yeah, something like 20.
Pick the land. Ooh,
that's huge. But this game is not going as fast as Oliver would want, I think.
So if you're Oliver Spot, do you just murder that Goose right now? Not to. Never mind.
Apparently not fearing the Yorion.
Well, I was thinking more fearing like a trail or something. So you go trail here. They probably just murder it in response. And then you could probably go Charming Prince. Yeah, so you do that, make food. Okay. I was thinking more of the line of maybe going Charming Prince, Blink's Shatter. Oh, not Bladder. Blink's Skyclave Apprentice. Apparition. Why am I saying Apprentice? Skyclave Apparition. And then get rid of Order of Midnight.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. It looks like Oliver really wants that fourth land to get this Poly K out
No, that's perfectly
because
fair.
there's no clock of any significance right now for Oliver, and that's a big problem. You know, this deck is super good when it gets out the Love Struck Beast and the Edgewall Innkeeper, but right now he's being denied those cards by his deck.
Drawn the Shatter. That's not terrible. So going to activate the food, crack food, activate the Trail of Crumbs, trying to find something. Finds a Wicked Wolf. That's really good here. It's actually
the goose. I think the goose might. The goose is so tempting though.
I would go Wolf here because you just drew about 3 cards, didn't find a land, and then you just looked at the top 2, again, didn't find a land. So in theory, you should top deck a land next turn, so that'll allow you to go Wicked Wolf, fight the Rider, and then eat a food and be able to find another 2 cards off top of Trail.
Ooh, the fourth land is huge, though.
Again, this Plukernos is going to be huge. But
so this is going to force a Shatter, I believe.
No, you can just blink the Apparition. You can blink the Apparition.
Oh, true. Yep, I forgot about that ability on Charming Prince. Good call.
You can blink the Apparition, then we can play Glasket if we want to.
Yeah, Aaron is all over that line.
Yeah. Then you can Glasket. Do you Glasket the 1/1, or do you Glasket the order? Yeah, or Glasketing the order. That's fair.
Just mitigating any type of pressure right now is probably where you want to be.
I was about to say didn't draw a land, but I forgot Symbiosis. It's a land.
Those nifty flip lands are just
They have
unreal.
messed me up so much. I keep looking at my hand and being like, this is unkeepable. Wait.
They are super powerful.
I can take myself down to 14. Sounds good.
I love the ability to not flood out more too. It just makes the games that much more interesting.
It's also funny because we have decks that are running 19 lands, but you're running Ghetto 23 or 24.
Yeah, it's definitely tested my skills in reading deck lists recently because I'm like, why does this deck have 16 lands? It's a control deck. Oh wait, it's got 10, 12 modal cards that
are
just doing work.
Now this is an interesting spot for Oliver because you can't Murder Rider the Skoos. The Wicked Wolf here. You can eat a food with the Skoos and force Aaron to use a food here, but I'll be honest, he's probably gonna do that anyway. Or you can just let it happen and see if you can bait him to just activate the Wicked Wolf on end step and then get value through just try to see if you can get a slip up from Aaron. But even then, there's still more food on board, so doesn't really work out.
Yeah, without Love Struck Beast, the clock of this deck is just so much lower. I'm realizing, you really need that pressure.
Or you need that draw effect with I was about to say with Innkeeper.
That could start a nice chain here.
Why do I even speak? Every time he's like, oh, you don't have your draw engine. Whoop. All right, then fine.
Just draw the cards you need, and you'll be really good at this game.
This game's real easy when you only draw good cards.
Yeah. So going super wide here is Oliver, obviously, and there's the Love Struck Beast that we were just talking about. Is this going to force a Shatter? Because you can save your wolf.
Maybe? I don't think you want to, though, due to the fact that there is a 4/4 on board, and you don't really want to give this deck any more draws. And there's the Yorion that I was just about to say. If you top deck a Yorion, this gets infinitely easier.
That's gross. That is just the best possible thing.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Gonna go find a thing with the...
Wow.
Yep.
Goes
for the Shatter.
He goes for the Shatter. Interesting.
Okay.
Now it's time to rebuild if you're Oliver.
Rebuilding is going to be... Oh, that top deck Rankle, though.
Yeah, so this is super interesting. The Love Struck Beast token is going to be able to be sacked to the Rankle.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Oh, and a Soul Shatter. Holy moly.
Gosh.
The top decks are real.
Opting to go for the Rankle, though.
Yeah, I think you got to go for the Rankle sack play here. Maybe,
Discard?
I don't know.
Or
The
do you value those 2 cards in your hand?
the discard's probably not worth it because they have they have an access
for
to so
draw.
many cards. Yeah,
And a hand shop
there's
deck
that.
too.
This is a game all of a
Like
sudden.
the top deck of Skyclave. Oh my god, stop top decking you two. Jesus.
Yeah, these are haymakers for days right now.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so if you're Aaron, the world's your oyster right now. You have the answer to so many things. Just what is the correct line that allows you to pop off the most?
For Aaron,
Mhm.
oof. It's tough. I think you just got to set up a huge Yorion turn is really all you can do. Ooh, an ECD is
And
perfect.
there is an ECD too, so there's an answer to a henge if your opponent ever gets one. Spoiler. He has one.
I mean, both players are almost at parity with cards, but the resources that Aaron Gertler has assembled is
I think
pretty...
advantage. If we had an advantage bar, it'd be pointing at Aaron right now.
Yeah, pretty much matching everything except board presence.
Mm-hmm. No, most definitely.
Which is exactly what the Yorion deck wants.
Oh, absolutely. I think. If you're Oliver in this position, what do you draw a card with this Valimar Knight? You know your opponent has a Yorion in hand from that trail. You have to assume they have like 1 to 2. You have to at least have one more exile effect. Goes for the draw.
This is the turn to do it, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. I always forget, is that draw effect instant or sorcery?
It's instant. It's a very versatile card. I really like Valimar Knight.
I've always been a fan of that card.
Yeah. So obviously Oliver is just running out his cards, hoping that that his beast doesn't get removed here. But I think we know.
Yep, here comes the Yorion.
We know something else is going to happen here.
Blink, blink, blinky, and then you give your opponent the token. You play the Glasket. You get rid of the token.
Yeah, super clean play here from Aaron. So let's see here. I think a Fabled Passage might get Oliver back into this. He'd have to Mammoth and then Fabled Passage, maybe?
Yeah, I think that's the best line he has. Another Glasket.
No.
There's an Agonizing Remorse. That can help do some work.
You can get rid of the Yorion to reduce the clock. Play a Mammoth. And a Valimar Knight. Do you really just want to run everything out, though?
Do you have an option?
It's tough, yeah.
I feel like you just don't have any options right now. Many options. Like you're facing down almost lethal.
Mm-hmm. Okay, he's going to see what's up first. It's respectable.
Mm-hmm. If I see this hand, I'd honestly probably concede.
And that's exactly what happens. Well, that was a great game while it lasted.
A fantastic game.
Oliver is well aware of how that was going to play out.
Alrighty.
So,
looking like we're going to have a rematch for the finals.
Yeah, awesome job by Aaron Gertler here, showing his prowess in this new Selesnya Yorion deck. And, you know, the Golgari deck is just not up to the task sometimes when it's not able to assemble a clock.
Alrighty. All right, so everyone, we are going to be taking a quick break. We're going to have a quick change of casters, and we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, so don't go anywhere. We have the finals coming up very shortly. So without further ado, we'll catch you all in a quick few. And don't go away.
Have a good one, everyone.
Okay, yeah. Hello.
There you go.
Hello. It's Jana. I'm excited to see the final match. We have Aaron Gertler and Brad Nelson.
Oh, Brad.
You guys
Yeah.
did amazing with the casting, and now it's time for me to go in and do some analysis here. So
No, I'm actually really interested to see your point of view and how you see things and everything. And I'll say these two players are some fantastic players that we have available to us.
yeah,
I'm super
we
excited
got
for this.
some rivals and MPL match. Let's go.
No sound.
There's no sound. Am I still muted here, or sorry?
Oh, just saying refresh. Okay, no, we're good.
Okay, we're all good. Sorry for the technical issues. You know how it is on these streams.
Oh, we're already into the game.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's see.
I'm
This
not a
is
fan
Brad
of this.
Nelson versus Aaron Gertler. Looks like Brad mulliganing the hand, seeing if he wants to keep this one.
I'm a fan of this.
Okay.
I don't hate this. You send back a terror. You have access to cultivate to get everything back up. Gertler's
Ooh, that's spicy. Keeping the one lander.
That's
one
ambitious.
bottom on the land already. Okay, let's go. How do you land off the top for Gertler means that they can play the Trailer Crumbs here.
That's
Have
actually insane.
Gertler, is this a rematch or is
This
this
is
a
a
totally
rematch.
fresh match?
This is a rematch from the upper bracket semis. Yeah.
Okay. So Samson, how do you think the matchup for these two decks are? Like, what's it like? Who
This
has the
is-
advantage? What's going on
Advantage
here?
is pretty much favored to Brad here because Brad's deck can easily ramp out as we see him doing right now. All of Aaron's interaction is all creature based, and especially right now with being kind of mana screwed, he's not going to be able to really interact to deal with what Brad Nelson's going to be able to do here. And looking like, yep, he's just going to continue the game plan of just ramping out here because all his spells are resolving. Aaron doesn't run blue. He's got nothing to stop him.
Yeah, you know that Beanstalk Giant, the land off the Beanstalk Giant coming untapped, being able to play the Lilana War Visionary here. How much mana are we at?
We're at 7. The magical number. Oh, and hey, look!
And there you go. There's the Genesis Ultimatum. Brad clapping. Very happy with that draw. I mean, we're gonna make do with this Lilana War Visionary,
It'll be fun. It'll just top deck a land.
but
It'll be easy. Aw.
okay, land was not top deck, but you know, looking like Brad just has a lot of action, a lot of mana.
So
Not
we can go
looking
with the
great
line
here.
of you can play the Mammoth as a land, and then also play the Cobra. And when you play the Mammoth as a land, you can then go Bone Crusher Giant and get rid of the Apparition.
Mm-hmm. Putting you way further ahead than you already were, but
The other factor
You know.
that Brad has over Aaron here is the green-white deck doesn't have a fast clock. So even if Brad stumbles, he has about 2 to 3 turns in order to catch up and to stabilize, because the green-white deck just doesn't have a way to beat down.
Mm-hmm. And also noting the fact that unlike the blue-white Yorion deck, this is a little bit obvious, but no counters. Brad can just run everything out and not have to really worry. So here we go. We see the Genesis Ultimatum coming in turn 5 or 6?
About turn 5, yeah. Getting out.
Insane.
Another one coming into play here.
Yeah, looks like
yeah,
Aaron's just gonna scoop here.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron had a dirtily start, but the ability for Brad's deck just to ramp that quickly with no real way for Aaron to deal with it is a little rough for the deck.
He doesn't have any questing beasts on his side. His best chance is honestly like bringing ECDs to hopefully just like stall the game plan. There's an argument to be made that you want to bring in something like Skoos just so you can get another beater out on turn 2.
Yeah. You know, I think that this game is mostly like play Wolf on 3 and do sort of the beatdowns.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, the longer the game goes, Brad's just going to go over the top a lot quicker. So
Oh,
Yeah, I think
absolutely.
you just want to get that wolf on 3 and just start getting them, you know?
You also
We'll
really have to
see
hope
here.
that Brad stumbles. If Brad can stumble and you can take advantage of that, then you will be in a good spot. The problem is we saw Brad stumble before, and it did not take him long to catch up. And with a hand like this,
Oh man, this is a really, really, really nice hand. Brad's just, you know, giving the
Chef
fist
kiss.
pumps in the air. This is a great hand. You have an answer to the turn 1 goose. Like,
and we also see that Aaron, while has a good hand, other than that planes he just drew, all his lands come into play tapped.
yeah, playing the Trail of Crumbs here on 2, just gonna be a little difficult here. Okay, we have an untapped land here, so we do have access to Wolf on 4, which is really nice.
Wolf on 4 is pretty ideal. There's an argument to be made that you want to play that Amaria's Call untapped just so you can activate the trail there, but I think Aaron valuing the food for the Wicked Wolf.
Yes. Well, Brad Nelson's best turn 3 play is either Cultivate or Lilana War Visionary, so
I'll
maybe...
think for the Cultivate. Cultivate's better in this position considering how a Visionary is a creature that can be dealt with. Cultivate,
exactly. All right, Island coming into play. Okay, all right, so what are we doing here? Right,
Wicked Wolf.
Playing Wicked Wolf.
Establish
here.
a clock, whatever clock you can.
Little rough, though. That Terror of the Peaks is going to come down here. Or not. Okay, Lilana War Visionary coming down.
Brad knows that that Aaron has ECD in the deck, so we've seen him multiple times not play the Terror of the Peaks in fear of ECD.
Okay, that is a very, very good point.
You'd much rather just force your opponent to play ECD with no targets to get the second clause on.
All right, Wicked Wolf coming in for that 3 damage. Let's see what Aaron does here. You can Glass Casket the Lilana War Visionary. Keep him off mana.
You can also
play the Goose as well.
Brad's pretty foretold, kind of presented that he has Bone Crusher in hand for the past 2 turns, always leaving up a red and a mana.
Yeah. Getting up out of that chair also, take some...
Get some stretches.
Gotta stretch for the money.
Just $500 on the line. Gotta stretch for that money.
Exactly. All right. Glass Casket coming down on this Lilana War Visionary. Just getting mana off the battlefield.
Oh, most definitely.
Let's see.
To the bottom. Here comes the Goose. Goose
yeah,
more
Aaron
than likely
gonna play this
stomped.
Goose for another food, even though Brad has been representing the Stomp this entire time. But perhaps getting 2 foods out, you can pump the Wicked Wolf to 5 at least. Make it a little bit bigger. Okay.
You go Visionary. You can go... Ooh. What do you like doing here? Do you like playing Bone Crusher Giant, or would you prefer ramping with Beanstalk?
I think ramping with Beanstalk is just fine. Before we got M21, the trail decks can just grind you out kind of thing. You're always searching for permanents. But with Ugin being introduced, all Brad needs to do is just resolve this Ugin. It's going to come down. Aaron's not going to have any counters for it. And it just... you down take and exiling the whole board for free seems pretty decent too. Yep. So it just seems like, Brad's just stalling for time. He knows that the longer the game goes on, the more mana he has on the field, the better it is for him. It doesn't seem like Aaron's putting a lot of pressure on the board either. So
no, most definitely.
I think that just ramping there was just a good call. I mean, here we draw the Genesis Ultimatum here. Let's see what we get.
There's an argument there's the other factor of Aaron left up a mana for the Wicked Wolf, so even if Ugin did resolve, there was a chance for him to find a ECD off the top with the trail there to answer the Ugin.
That makes sense.
But with this play, getting Terror... that Skyclave apparition is very helpful. It does not deal with things higher than 5.
No, and Aaron really, really just needed that ECD there. As you can see, Brad just already has the access to the Beanstalk Giant Terror of the Peaks combo, and it'll just be... Okay, so what can Aaron do here? He needs to survive this turn or it'll just be lethal next turn.
Oh, absolutely.
Correct?
Yeah. It is 100% going to be lethal because that Beanstalk Giant will come down and it will just say, hey, I'm going to deal 9 to your face and attack you for 5 with this terror.
Okay.
So...
All right. Aaron choosing to pump the Wicked Wolf here draws a land.
I'm pretty sure this Charming Prince has to gain life here. He knows about the Beanstalk Giant. Oh, I see what's happening. He's going to blink all the food with the Wicked Wolves, fight the Lotus Cobra, and then with the new food enter, fight the Terror.
Okay. Great play by Aaron Gertler. Such an amazing performance this year, too. Earlier this year, Aaron Gertler won the DreamHack event with Lucky Clover. And then just recently went second in the grand final. So very, very in tune with the deck. Yeah, you can slam Ugin. I mean, you know that Aaron only has 1 unknown card.
You also get back your Elvish Visionary, so you not only do you get rid of your opponent's entire board, you get to draw a card here, as well have an extra mana.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
If I'm Brad in this scenario, I am sitting pretty, I am happy, and that's
Aaron just
gonna do
has to concede here because no ECD off the top. Brad just had a lot of card advantage there. Yeah. Great, quick and fast 2-0 victory goes to Brad Nelson, who is the winner of today's Degrees of Madness event.
What a heckin' awesome event that was, and Brad played out of his mind, and also kudos to Aaron for playing out of his mind for the past few matches as well. He played
all right.
Best he could. I'm wondering if we can get a winner's interview, if possible.
Not sure,
but
while we figure that out, let me just explain to the viewers how the event works next week. So today we played double elimination of 8 players. Next week on October 26th, on Monday, starting at 3 p.m. PST, we will have another group of 8 people play, and then the winner of that group will go up against Brad Nelson for another finals match of $500. Winner takes it all. So, next week, right here on this channel, we'll have more amazing games of Magic. We'll be announcing who will be playing the next pod very, very shortly. How are we doing on the winner's interview, if any? Or do we just...
Yep, I can get him in here. Give me one quick second.
Okay. Yes. All right. And again, after the grand finals Pod 1 versus Pod 2 match, we will be playing an episode of Degrees of Madness, courtesy by LFM. So if you stick around, seeing who will go up against Brad Nelson next week, you'll be able to watch the new episode of Degrees of Madness. They happily sponsored the event, so it'll be awesome for you guys to check that out.
Huge shout out to the LFM network for sponsoring these events. They are amazing people.
All right.
Alrighty.
While we get the winner's interview here, how did you feel about the matches today, Samson? I was playing a little bit and tuned to the end of this seemingly quick finals match of this pod. Didn't really get to catch any of the other games. So can you give us a rundown for people who just tuned in?
The match is over today have been nothing but stellar. Everyone has been playing super well, and the caliber of players that we have today has been nothing but an extraordinary from everyone. I've been incredibly impressed with Voxi and her ability to pilot the Rogues deck with no practice whatsoever. And as well as you being able to play your matches to various degrees, and just seeing the variety of decks that we've seen. I think we had 2 people that jammed the same deck, which we had 2 green-black decks today. Past that, we almost had every deck be unique today, which has been insane. So all the matches, everyone has been fantastic.
Yes, we are very, very blessed with wonderful and talented streamers in the community. So yeah, I wish, we...
Oh, and there we are. We have a Brad in here. Oh, hi, Brad.
You are sus, but you were not voted out today. How are you doing today, Brad? How did your games go?
Do I cast Genesis Ultimatum? Or do I not cast Genesis Ultimatum? Oh. Give me one quick second here. Oh yeah, give me a quick second. Maybe we could see if I can give you a different link. Oh, I'm gonna see if production can get you a link so you can be on call with them.
Apologies to all the viewers. Apparently you cannot hear Brad, so we are just going to fix our audio issues so you can actually hear what is being said. So thank you so much for being patient.
Can you hear me now? All right, I have joined this. Can you hear me?
Hello? You all in here? Uh-oh.
Well, I should.
Awesome, perfect. We can hear you now.
You can hear me?
One second
Great.
here. Yeah. There we go. Awesome, perfect.
Right.
I can hear you now.
All right.
Awesome. So yeah, you were saying that you had a bunch of tough decisions today of do you cast Genesis Ultimatum or not?
Yeah, and I mean the deck is a lot of fun, and I played it in my podcast tournament on Sunday, the Bash Bros podcast, and we I expected a lot of Yorion, so I played it there, and that's what came, and I won. And then halfway through the tournament, I realized that I had to register for this tournament, and I didn't really get much time to figure things out, so I changed, I think, 1 or 2 cards in my sideboard and just submitted again. It's a whole lot of fun, but it has an Achilles heel that is Dimir, any Dimir mill strategy. They just kind of get
that was
under
my
you.
Achilles heel as well.
Yeah, I mean it's such a good deck. I think there's only a few strategies that really punish it, but then I think the Yorion decks punish those strategies. So we're finding this interesting ebb and flow in the format. So I'm excited to see where this format goes. And for all of you Yorion haters out there, the deck is exploitable, and I just proved that. You just have to, this isn't going to be, I don't think this is going to be the format where one deck wins everything that we've been accustomed to for like 14 years. I think it's more about like all the different strategies that can go over the top of each other or go under each other. So if you're sick of playing against Yorion, this Steamer deck is great.
The deck you were playing definitely showcasing that.
Yeah,
I'm really
I
impressed with
barely
this
had to
list
think at
also.
all.
Yeah.
I think the most amount of thing you did was in sideboard.
I didn't sideboard either. See, if you have to sideboard, then you just have to admit that you failed at deck building your main deck in the first place, right?
You know what? When you're right, you're right.
Yeah, have seen those tweets from you, Brad. So, speaking of standard, talking about the future, you got the MPL Rivals League play coming on. Is this Teamer deck is something you want to bring again, or is it just, again, exploring the format more, seeing else what works? What are your thoughts, moving forward into how standard's shaping?
Well, I'm not going to divulge that information right now. No,
of course.
Because of NPL. I think this is a really good metagame call for people that have that, but it can be exploited. And so just by saying that I'm playing it could influence the metagame if anyone hears it. And so like, that's the weird thing about metagaming and having social platforms is if you say something's good, just by saying it's good might make it bad.
No, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, and so like, while I do think it's good, if I said I'm playing it and 4 other people are playing it, it's going to be a bad deck choice. And so there's a chance I play it. Honestly, I think it's really good and powerful. It just comes down to how much I predict decks like blue black are going to show up, because and I say blue black as in I don't know if they're really rogues. I don't know what to call them. I work on Melee,
It's like a tempo
and I do
deck?
deck naming. Well, right now I think there's a mill and a rogues, and you have to differentiate them, but that's a whole nother thing. That's for another day. But
That's fair.
whatever blue black deck has counterspells, this deck is poorly positioned against it, and I do not know how to correct that shit, because you want to play Bonecrusher Giant, but Bonecrusher doesn't kill anything you really care about, and so you have one interactive dead card in the matchup. Sometimes on the play, the 4/3 is good enough to attack, get them, deal 12 damage, then you still lose the game. So I haven't figured that matchup out. But if you play against a lot of Yorion, this deck just embarrasses them.
Sure. Okay.
Awesome.
Well, Brad, we'll be seeing you next week in the finals, seeing who will go up against you. We have another group, ready to battle each other to take you on. Is there anything you want to promote? Where can we find you? What kind of other projects you're working on, Magic related or not? Let us hear it.
Yeah, well, you'll find me tomorrow watching Degrees of Madness. And then also you can find me on Twitter at FFFreakMTG. I do the Bash Bros podcast on Thursdays, and then I stream infrequently, and so you just probably have to follow me to ever know my schedule, because I never keep it. I'm just busy and just scatterbrained. But this was fun. I'm excited about playing next week, and I'll get to change my deck up. So I don't know what I'll play, but I'm guessing I'll throw something fun in there, because I can't be serious all the time, and it feels so good to win a tournament with Genesis Ultimatum just hitting dragons all night. It was just a delight.
Oh, that's always great.
Amazing. Well, we'll definitely see you soon. Thank you so much for playing, and congrats on winning the today's tournament.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and I'll see you next week.
Awesome. We'll see you then.
All right.
Bye.
Okay.
Awesome. So that's
and
gonna do it
that
for the day.
concludes day 1 of the Degrees of Madness LFM Streamer Showdown. Brad Nelson was the winner today. Next week we will be playing another group of 8 people, and the winner of that group, whoever wins that group gets to play against our champion of today, Brad Nelson. And
I believe they also get to fight for an extra $500.
$500. So gotta stay tuned
On top of whatever they won today.
Mm-hmm. That starts at 3 p.m. PST, 5 p.m. EST, and right after this cast, there will be an episode of Degrees of Madness being played. So thank you guys all for tuning in today.
Thank you all so much for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic rest of your evening or day, wherever you are in the world. And thank you all so much for tuning in.
Bye now.
Catch you all later.